All right, test. I think we're live here. We're going to pretty much jump right into it. And this probably isn't going to be the longest stream. I was actually setting up a longer stream in case we get more severe weather this evening. While we were setting up the stream, there's a couple little interesting areas of spin in the Ohio Valley. One of them has recently gone tornado warned, and radar indicated tornado for Massac. I think I'm saying that right. Pope, Ballard, and McCracken counties. That's in western Kentucky and southern Illinois. This goes until 4 o'clock, so about 20 minutes from now. We are watching a couple areas of rotation with the line segment, this line of gusty showers, mostly sub-severe thunderstorms working through parts of the mid-Mississippi Valley this morning and afternoon. There was a tornado warning just north of St. Louis a little bit ago this morning. Let me check my audio real quick just to make sure everybody's good to go. Okay, I think we're live. Just let me check the audio real quick. Okay. Sounds good on my end. Let me know if it's not on your end, but let's get into this. It actually showed a pretty good area of rotation just to the northwest of Paducah, Kentucky. So yeah, you can kind of see here, we were watching it a little bit ago. It kind of had a little bit of broad rotation, but you can see those bright greens with a little bit of red in there. And then as it went tornado warned, actually possibly even two areas of rotation, one near Bandana, Kentucky and Needmore, the other just north and west of La Center. Those have continued to work just to the northwest sides of Paducah. Looks like the one near La Center kind of weakened, but right in here near Ragland, Kentucky, it actually showed some pretty tight area of rotation. I've been trying to keep a track while we're getting that stream set up of the CC, and I didn't see anything too specific. Let's see here. When was this? There are still kind of two areas of interest in this tornado warning, but this is about, let me see, 3:26 in the central time zone. So let's go back and see if we see anything. I don't see anything that is too just immediately stands out as far as the correlation coefficient. We can also double screen this. And let's see, get that kind of lined up. Let's go back. Sorry, just getting everything kind of set up. It's a little bit weird right now, but let's go back to when those two areas were kind of the most prominent here. Kind of right in this area here, just to the north of the center. Maybe it's really hard to see. And then this Needmore one, not seeing any like super defined area of correlation coefficient drop. There are a couple little suspicious things, but this is also, keep in mind, on the leading edge of an area of gusty winds. So continuing out, they have trimmed the tornado warning. Looks like, yeah, they have trimmed it up to include just the areas, that main area of circulation that we've been following for about a half hour now off our live stream, but on social media. And yeah, it's still crossing the river. It's going back into Illinois. So Metropolis, Illinois, right on the Ohio River, as far as areas like Rosebud, Temple Hill, Midway, Round Knob, areas just north of Brookport. This is going to be just north of Paducah. So downtown Paducah, the tornado warning is to your north. That doesn't mean it's going to be nasty here in Paducah. There is a line of gusty showers and thunderstorms, little embedded area circulation. Still watching that area that came through La Center. It's actually right over the radar site right now. But you can see this line does have various, there's other little areas along the line where there are some little spin-ups. Most of them have stayed sub-severe and haven't gotten tight enough to warrant areas of rotation. This one's kind of picking up a little bit near Haywell and Clinton in western Kentucky, so we'll keep an eye on that area. But so far, the last hour or so, the most vigorous areas of rotation have been in this area, right in southern Illinois, western Kentucky, just near the confluence of the Ohio River and the Mississippi River. Taking a look at CC, not seeing anything. If we saw any CC, it would be right in here. Now this is, keep in mind, right over the Ohio River, so we'll have to maybe wait and see as it comes ashore again over Metropolis. But you can kind of see this little notching feature in here. That didn't draw quite right, but let's redo the drawing. But there's this little inflow notch right in here. There's a little weak echo, and then you can kind of see how this gusts out. This kind of comes up like that, and then it surges out. So we have a little kind of RFD surge on this southern flank, another surge up to the north, where we're having maybe some stronger gusty winds. And then it's right in here where we have this little inflow notching. That's where circulation has been hiding for quite a while. It's broadened up a little bit, but it is coming into Metropolis. You can see the reds going away from the radar, the greens going towards the radar. And where those kind of come together, that's where we have this area of rotation, rotating counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere. And yeah, that's coming right into Metropolis. Still a radar indicated tornado warning. Let me just get an update on this. Moving east at 45 still. We actually kind of guesstimated that earlier on social media that it was in the 40 to 45 mile an hour range. At times, this line has actually, I think, been a little quicker. At times, it's probably been moving in that 50, 55 mile an hour range. It's worked its way through southern Illinois pretty quickly this afternoon, or at least the early part of the afternoon. And then, yeah, let's see. Still central Pope and north central McCracken counties. Those are in Kentucky. Passaic County in Illinois. I believe that's what we have. Let me look and see. There were a couple other areas of rotation. Not seeing those as prominent at the moment, but seeing a few others down here, again, towards Arlington, Bardwell, and approaching Clinton, Kentucky. This is in far western Kentucky. We'll keep an eye on those. We do have some traffic cameras, not quite in our Kentucky area, but keeping an eye on traffic cameras from, let's see, from Arkansas. This is approaching the Memphis area, looking at I-40. And then we also have a line. I was watching an area of circulation a little further south towards the areas southwest of Memphis. Let's take a look at that real quick, just while we have everybody on the live stream. It doesn't look as punchy as it did earlier, but there was another little kind of notching feature in this cell coming through Clarendon and Holly Grove. We have a camera looking from the Mississippi side of things here at Helena and Helena West. You can see those clouds are getting darker as that line approaches. So keep an eye on a couple areas of interest as far as this main line. That's going to be approaching Memphis here in a little while. It has weakened some as it's approaching the Mississippi River down here in Arkansas. So maybe losing a little bit of punch. We do see also storms coming up a little bit into northern Mississippi. So we'll keep an eye on those. The strongest part of the line as far as actual thunderstorms, because there's actually not a lot of lightning with the rest of the line, is down here where we were watching there with Helena West approaching the Mississippi River. And then, yeah, the other portion of this line that's pretty potent is this area right here in the lower Ohio Valley. This line does continue all the way up through Illinois, now into western parts of Indiana, now into areas along I-70 between Terre Haute, around Brazil, approaching Greencastle and Cloverdale. That'll be into Indianapolis by the afternoon rush hour. And then all the way up as kind of a sub-severe line of gusty showers. Not even seeing a lot of lightning with those. But you can see there are even some kinks in the line that are interesting, that would be more interesting if it was a little bit more of a juicy environment. So if this was a more of a warm season setup, this could be like a QLCS fest, but it's just not. Most of these have remained sub-severe and non-tornadic, with the exception of a couple storms around St. Louis to the north and west of St. Louis. And then, yeah, this little area down here in the lower Ohio Valley has been a little bit of a flare-up of a little more tornadic environment, I guess, right now. Yeah, keeping an eye on a couple of these other cells. Again, there is some broad rotation down here between Bardwell and Arlington, as well as Halewell, approaching Clinton. You can kind of see them when you look at the line and just kind of scroll through. You can really see them in their reflectivity. There's these little S shapes in here, and those are where the surge of wind surges out on the southern side, and then there's a little bit more prominent inflow, and that leads to those little localized areas of kind of QLCS rotation at times. Really close to the radar site here, but it looks like there is still the rotation still in here, although it's kind of weakened on the last couple scans. Let's back this up. Yeah, it's still kind of right over Metropolis, although it has weakened quite a bit just in the last couple scans. So good sign there. It's really messy CC. We're so close to the radar site. Not seeing that defined, debris ball type of signature. And this is still radar indicated. So it looks like the National Weather Service is kind of seeing the same, unless we get some ground truth. Likely not going to get a confirmed tornado out of this. Taking a look back here at I-40 as those storms kind of approach the Memphis area. There's a good shot of that shelf cloud look to the skies there. So this is along I-40 looking to the west. And yeah, non-severe there coming towards the Memphis area right now. Yeah, I was back here. We were kind of interested in a couple different areas of rotation. We posted on X a little bit ago. There were 2 areas of rotation, one near Pulaski and then one up here towards Cyprus that showed some interest. And just going back, it was that southern one. You can see here near Vienna, there's a little bit of area rotation, and then this crossed into Kentucky. And then right about here, I think it was about 323, 330. That's when the flare-up was tight enough that a tornado warning was issued. Actually had briefly there 2 areas of circulation near La Center and Bandana. Those have continued to, the one weakened near La Center. This one continued across, really going almost due east across the northern parts of the Paducah Metro and then into Metropolis. It looks like it's more outflow dominant right now. We really have lost that surge of inflow that was kind of forcing that spin, and it looks like they have dropped that tornado warning, which I would concur with. You can kind of just see that surge of green surging out here, and it's not as bright, and it kind of actually just kind of pushed that area of rotation, kind of tumbled over itself. It's actually turned a little bit more to the southeast and not really a factor at all anymore. That area has also weakened on the reflectivity, even though we are close to the radar site, so that does sometimes some false weakening just with the heavy rain right over the radar site. But I think that area actually has weakened some, so that's a good sign there. Take a look at a few other cells in this area just to make sure they're behaving. I am a little bit concerned with some of these areas of rotation down here. They don't look as punchy though as the one that was tornado warned. Again, there's still kind of like 3 areas right where these little kinks in the line form. One approaching Clinton right now with some areas of rotation, and then one between Arlington and Milburn, another up here towards Cunningham. Let's see. Yeah, we'll stay on a little bit longer since we do have the stream kind of ready to go, and just kind of make sure these things are behaving themselves for a little while. Elsewhere along the line, it's mostly just a line of gusty showers and occasionally a rumble of thunder, but just not seeing a lot of thunder with this. If we were, we'd probably be seeing more of a QLCS tornado threat, because again, there are some kinks in the line, some broad areas of rotation within this line, just where it kind of intersects with little cells within it. But again, not expecting a big tornado threat across most of the Ohio Valley. And I do want to say, since our morning update, let me just update the, there it is. Change some of the menus around them. There we go. So we still do have a marginal risk. They added that back in this morning, about mid-morning, about 10:30 in the morning. It's a pretty large marginal risk covering southern Illinois, southern Indiana, a lot of Kentucky, also quite a bit of Tennessee, extreme southeastern parts of Missouri, northwest corner of Arkansas, and then down here into Mississippi and Alabama. I wouldn't be surprised if this gets a little bit surged out a little further into Alabama, just based on some of the convective allowing models showing a little bit more vigorous convection down into Alabama. So wouldn't be surprised if we get, as we get towards the evening, a few more stronger storms down in this area along 65 near Montgomery, Alabama. But we'll see about that. There have been a couple stronger cells off the Florida Peninsula, or the Florida Panhandle, with some gusty winds and even an area rotation at times. We'll have to see if those come ashore later tonight. That could be an interesting area in the Florida Panhandle as well. And then there is the other marginal risk covering areas around New Bern, Jacksonville, Wilmington, up through the Outer Banks. This is a late night threat, 1, 2, even 3 o'clock in the morning, for a surge of Atlantic moisture and interacting with the boundary there. Could be some feisty storms there overnight. So have multiple ways to get warnings if you're in the Outer Banks this evening. Otherwise, we have a large area of damaging winds behind the system. And actually, let's go back to this here. It's a very potent system. We have the severe weather, somewhat of a severe threat on the warm sector. We have a major windstorm still ongoing here across the plains and the Front Range. We have these pink colors here in the warning polygons that covers all of Kansas, and then a bunch of the Front Range from Colorado up through western Nebraska and into Wyoming. These are, and also parts of Oklahoma, these are red flag warnings for critical fire danger. The relative humidity out here is like 15% or less. So it's a very dry atmosphere behind this, with cooler conditions filtering into the plains. So it's dry with blowing wind, 50, 60 mile an hour gusts. That's why there's also overlapping high wind warnings with these red flag warnings. So some really critical fire weather in the plains today. And then with also that energy, we also have blizzard warnings continuing across the Red River Valley in North Dakota and Minnesota. There's also been some mesoscale discussions of some scattered blizzard conditions down in this area into parts of central Minnesota and even southeast Minnesota around Mankato. So we've had numerous blizzard conditions reported in the upper Midwest. And we are watching see some of the conditions here in Minnesota 511. The conditions in Minnesota have been, since we started setting up the stream, basically looking like this. You can see the water has frozen on the cameras. The streets are somewhat passable. I guess for Minnesota standards, this is probably pretty normal, but there's going to be rough patches at times. And the problem with the blowing snow is your roads may look like this. They may be kind of partially clear, and then you get a big gust of blowing snow and it covers the roadway. So we have seen that at times. You can see the camera's kind of shaking a little bit. So definitely take it easy. It's going to get worse after dark, as these slick spots will likely increase. This is out of the Fargo area. It looks a little bit rougher with the winds. The winds have been gustier here. It looks like they have done some decent job clearing the roadways. The Fargo area has received a lot less snow, but the snow that's on the ground could also be blown onto the roadways again. So you do have to watch overnight. And then where snow is ongoing, it's still kind of a messy drive. So this will continue. It's going to work its way across the Twin Cities overnight, and especially this evening. So yeah, not a great night if you're in the northern plains and the upper Midwest. Snow will continue there. And it looks like the line is intersecting our camera. This is near the West Memphis area. So you can see the dark skies have definitely moved in. Again, this is approaching Memphis. Not a lot of wind, at least severe winds with this line as it approaches the Memphis area. It looks like that area of rotation that I was watching earlier has backed off significantly as the line is approaching Helena West on the Mississippi River. Yeah, there is still a couple areas of rotation in here that are interesting. The one near Clinton is decently interesting here, especially on the southeast side of Clinton. Yeah, still kind of moving through this little kink in the line right here. Let's just scope that. I don't see anything with that. And then this one's a little bit tighter, but it's not very vigorous. You don't see the bright colors. Maybe a little bit brighter reds going away from the radar out of Paducah. So you have the winds now and then coming towards the radar. So still seeing that area. And again, I don't see a really definitive CC drop or anything in there. So likely not on the ground, but that is a little area to watch. We'll keep an eye on this, a couple more scans, and just kind of see. I think it's been maintaining itself as this is the area of rotation that came across near Bardwell. Yeah, you can kind of see it here still. This is back at 3:39. It's about 4 o'clock right now, so about 20 minutes ago. And yeah, it has tightened maybe a little bit, but still not super vigorous. That's going to be approaching Wheel, Pottsville, Lowe's, over towards Folsomdale, Kentucky. Keep an eye on that area. And then Paducah. Storms are moving through right now across the Paducah area. They're now east of Metropolis. Still keeping a little bit of an eye on that area that was tornado warned earlier. And let's go up the line a little bit towards Elizabethtown. Yeah, there is a little area of rotation right in here near Shetlerville. This is extremely southern Illinois, approaching the Ohio River again near Elizabethtown. So we'll keep an eye on that area right in there. Again, there's been kind of these little off and on areas of spin throughout the afternoon. A couple times they have gotten vigorous enough to get tornado warnings. I haven't seen anything confirmed, although I think there was we reposted a CC drop on the one warning north and west of St. Louis earlier around 11 o'clock. But keeping an eye on this one near Wheel. And these are moving pretty fast, 45, 50 miles an hour. So let's just kind of scope this out. Okay, at about 45 miles an hour to the east, it's going to be in Reedland about 12 minutes, Mayfield, Kentucky about 37 minutes, Murray, Kentucky about 50, and then if it continues out, it could be over towards Clarksville, Tennessee, about 100 minutes, about an hour and a half, towards Clarksville, Hopkinsville, up towards Nortonville, Madisonville in Kentucky. So keep an eye on those areas. Again, about 14 minutes to Smithtown, and then about 40 minutes over towards Marion and Fredonia, Kentucky. So just kind of a rough estimate of when that line is going to impact your community there. Once this leading edge of the line kind of clears your area, that's going to be the gusty winds. Some sub-severe winds, 40, 50 miles an hour, and potentially a brief tornado. And actually looking at this, just even from this distance, this has come up a little bit. So wouldn't be surprised if we get a new warning here. Right near Wheel, this has increased again, some of the rotation there, right near Wheel in Kentucky. So we'll keep an eye on this one. It's going to go north of Mayfield and south of Paducah. But yeah, there could be a brief spin up along this line. And that's where your gustiest winds are going to be on the leading edge of this line. Once this clears you, your severe weather threat is done. So areas like Cape Girardeau, Charleston, Sykeston, and now approaching the west side of the Paducah area towards Carbondale, Marion, Harrisburg, Illinois. Your severe threat is done. However, there are some strong winds on the backside of this. So there is the potential for some gusty winds on the backside. Again, wind advisories up in here for Illinois and eastern parts of Missouri, gusting up to 45, 50 miles an hour at times. So the wind energy is not done, but your severe threat will be. And kind of the same for Memphis. Once this line gets through your area that we're seeing right now across the West Memphis area, looking at our camera right now, thanks to iDrive Arkansas. Yeah, it's not a fun drive right now. If I was leaving, let's see, it's about 4 o'clock in the central time zone. If I was getting ready to head out, I may actually just get some work done and hang out for a couple more minutes in the office, and then head out after this line clears, because again, it's moving through 45, 50 miles an hour. It'll be through relatively quickly. That kind of drew weird. Memphis, it's going to be on you pretty quick in about 5 to 10 minutes, but then South Haven, about 15 to 20 minutes. Olive Branch, about a half hour. Same for Collierville, about a half hour, 35, 40 minutes. Germantown, about 20, 25. Lakeland, about 30. So really within the next 30 to 40 minutes, it's pretty much going to clear the Memphis metro and be outside of the Beltway. So, give it a few more minutes at work. That's what I would do if I was leaving right now, is just get a little extra done, or hang out with colleagues and talk sports or something for a couple minutes, and just let this kind of blow through. Even though it's not that impressive, it's not certainly severe weather, but there are some pretty strong gusty winds and some heavier rain in there. Check our interesting area of rotation here near Wheel. Still seeing that in here. That is a little interesting. That's interesting. We'll see if it see what it looks like in a scan or two. It's hard to say, especially fall and winter. It's really hard to see some lower end kind of QLCS spin-ups, because there are just some general CC drops along the leading edge of this line, just with some leaves and twigs and stuff getting kicked up. So I don't see anything right in here that is imminently tornadic, but this little area right near Wheel, that could be something. It's hard to say. It does kind of correlate really well with that area of rotation, the reds and greens right in there, that broader area of rotation. That could be something kicked up. It also, even if it's not tornadic, it's still on the leading edge, so it could be just, again, some leaves and twigs getting kicked up right on the edge of that. But we'll stay on a few more minutes and see what this looks like in another scan or two. I also do want to take a look at that. Where was it? It was near Elizabethtown and Carsville. Doesn't look as feisty as it was earlier. And then our other area that was originally the tornado warned area, still showing a little rotation kind of picking back up near Shady Grove. So we'll keep an eye on this. This is going to cross back into Kentucky. Again, this is Illinois up here. This is the Ohio River, this white line that kind of cuts through the screen. And then this is Kentucky again. So this storm has gone from Illinois to Kentucky, Kentucky to Illinois, and then back from Illinois to Kentucky. There are some stronger winds in here. At the very least, even if there's nothing tornadic in this part of the storm, there could be a little bit of surge of some marginally severe winds coming through New Liberty, Hamletsburg, Smithland, just right along the Ohio River there. Paducah, your threat for severe weather is about over once this line moves through. That's an interesting little CC feature. There's a tornado right there. This is that other area of rotation that is came across the areas around just south of Clinton, and still in here right here near Moscow Valley Road. Yeah, there it is right here. This is at Hodge Road and Ladd Road. There's your area of rotation right here. correlation coefficient drop. Tornado on the ground in Kentucky, in western Kentucky. You can see actually a scan or two ago. It was at Moscow Valley Road. There's your air rotation. Hodge Road and Moscow Valley Road correlates almost perfectly. And then it looks like that's where it picked up, just near Moscow Valley Road. So there it is right there. Brief tornado. That is not a light leaf drop. That is more of the ball of correlation coefficient drop that we would expect to see with a tornadic circulation. Your reds and greens coupled together. Let me see. Get this back on the screen for you. Yeah, there's your reds and greens going towards the radar and away from the radar. That correlates. Woo, that drew weird. That correlates exactly with that CC ball. And that shows us non-correlated targets. I mean, things aren't matching up. They're not the raindrop size targets or even small hails, generally, pea marble size, kind of little balls. And that shows leaves, twigs, boards, scrap metal, that type of stuff. It's probably a weaker end tornado. I don't think it's anything this area has dealt with in the past. This area in western Kentucky has certainly dealt with some strong December tornado events. This is not one of those. But tornado on the ground there in western Kentucky. Let's check our other area that we were following. This was the actual area that had a little better chance. This may be doing something as well. It's been a little harder to confirm, but this has shown a kind of a little suspicious CC drop at times as well. So let me go back. Yep, that one also dropped a quick tornado. I was looking for the next CC drop when that kind of picked up a little bit. And right in there, 2 tornadoes unwarned in western Kentucky. There's one right here and one right here near Wheel and north of Water Valley. So coming up towards Folsomdale, Mayfield, Wingo, and probably going to stay north of Water Valley. Again, 2 tornadoes, at least briefly on the ground at the same time in western Kentucky. Very confident about those. Yeah, as I was saying earlier, sometimes the CC doesn't correlate properly, or again, along the leading edge like this, these can be hard to find because the leading edge kicks up little twigs and debris, but those two, for a brief moment, were legit CC drops. Another air rotation near Fulton, right on the Kentucky and Tennessee state line. I've been kind of keeping an eye on that one for a few minutes. I don't see anything in there. And again, this is kind of more of a QLCS type situation. So the problem is both of those have only really probably been on the ground for just a couple minutes. Again, let's go back to CC. And we'll go back. Yeah, see, the one was on the ground first, down here south and east of Clinton. And then as that one kind of weakened and broadened, that may have lifted. There's still CC in the air, but that's number 1 right there. And that's the correlation coefficient for number 1. Number 2 up here kind of tightened up. And then there's the second one, if you're keeping track. So briefly, they were probably on the ground at the same time. The Clinton one, the southern one, has weakened. The rotation hasn't, but the correlation coefficient has. There's another one kind of in here. Also approaching Mayfield now. I don't see a correlation coefficient drop on that one, but watching 3 or 4 areas of rotation. 4 areas of rotation that have had brief tornadoes at times on at least 2 of them. And right now, yeah, not seeing anything on the correlation coefficient that shows that they're on the ground at the moment. But yeah, one north of Mayfield, one approaching Mayfield, one just south of Wingo, and then one riding along the Tennessee-Kentucky border just to the east of Fulton now. And there's these little kinks in the line. That's that one near Water Valley. You can kind of see it on the reflectivity as well. And yes, also showing a little bit now that area of rotation on the Mayfield one. You can see there's this little appendage right in there, and that's where this little area is. Just on the west side of Mayfield, it's kind of on the weaker side compared to those other ones. And then this is the one that came across near Wheel. It's now near Hickory. Hickory may be getting some pretty strong winds with that part of the line right there. Yeah, not seeing anything on the CC at the moment. Let's also go up here. No, not seeing anything there. Another little area rotation near Martin. That one doesn't seem to be as feisty as the ones in Kentucky at the moment. I don't love using the split screen just because it probably confuses some of our viewers, but just how fast these things are moving, I'm just kind of quickly using it to kind of correlate between the CC and the radar. Yeah, that one near Water Valley and Fulton shows a little bit more feistiness at the moment. We'll see if we get a CC drop out of that one too. Again, these are, ooh, what do we have? I don't know if that is, and that's hard to, yeah, that's going to be clear air. Just looking at the reflectivity. That's going to be clear air. It's just south of there where the main area of rotation, south and north of that area. Kind of two areas, north of Water Valley, and then again, right along the Tennessee-Kentucky state line. That would be in that area, and then like right there. Also watching that area that was originally the tornado warned area that we went online or on the stream for. Still showing a little bit of rotation now east of Elizabethtown. You can see that on the reflectivity as well, this little notching feature. It's kind of in the area near Tolu, Cave-in Rock, Weston. It's riding right along the Ohio River, extreme southern Illinois, and western Kentucky. So keep an eye on that area as well. This area has broadened out. The area that's north of Wheel, or sorry, north of Mayfield. This is the area that came across Wheel and produced, it looks like a brief tornado. Is that back near? Yeah, near Pottsville. Along Westbrook Road and Nicholas Road. And it looks like Lowe's Road. Kentucky 121, Kentucky Highway 121. It's like a brief tornado there just a few minutes ago between Wheel and Pottsville. Maybe started just west of there towards Young Road. That's when I was suspicious of that CC drop, and then on the next scan, we did get the CC lowered, and then that quickly dissipated. So very quick tornado. 4 o'clock, 4:03. Nothing by 4:06. So really between 4 o'clock and 4:05, maybe 5 minutes or less, a couple miles long, that sort of thing. Very brief. And at the same time, we did have a slightly longer lived tornado down here to the south and east of Clinton, Kentucky, along Hodge Road and Moscow Valley Road. Let's look at that one more time. Yeah, so nothing in there really at 4:06, maybe a little bit, but that's dissipated. So 4:03, we did have a debris signature there. 4 o'clock, we had a pretty strong CC drop right there. And then really nothing at 3:57. So sometime between about 3:57 and 4:06, kind of that same time frame. Two very distinct CC signatures. And they did show, if you're just joining us at the same time as well, briefly. There's that one and that one. Again, a couple areas of rotation just to the east of Fulton now, towards Pilot Oak, Kentucky, Dukedom, right on the Kentucky-Tennessee state line, and then approaching Latham, Tennessee. Keep an eye on those. Now east of Water Valley. Not seeing a CC drop with those, so that's a good sign at the moment. But again, we just saw, just kind of going back and looking at those other ones, that can change very quickly. And then a little area of rotation also coming across the areas here around Mayfield, down towards South Highland. And our other area right over West Plains, Kentucky, approaching Clear Springs. Also not seeing a CC drop with those areas of rotation. So some good news there for the moment. And then let's check our other cell up here near Cave and Rock. Not seeing anything on the correlation coefficient there. And then, ooh, how's our Memphis look? Look at that. Ooh, wrong one. Look at that shelfie. Shelf cloud coming across the river here into Mississippi. There's a barge crossing, or not crossing, but headed north on the Mississippi. And then here comes your shelf cloud. The gusty winds along this line are going to be right tucked up along that. They're not in advance of the shelf cloud. So this problem for the gusty winds and potentially a few quick spin-ups is going to be fairly quickly out of the Arkansas problem, except for extreme southeast parts of Arkansas. Again, that camera is at Helena West, right here on the Mississippi River, and it is definitely coming down on the other side of the river. So that camera is about to get slammed with some pretty gusty winds and some heavy rain. Coming through Memphis right now, we have these cells are kind of weaker through Memphis. Maybe some gusty winds, but yeah, the cells in Kentucky aren't showing as strongly as they are, or sorry, in Tennessee. Those cells aren't showing as strongly as a little further south, coming towards the areas in northern Mississippi. Those are a little stronger. This part of the line here, crossing the Mississippi River as we speak. This camera is going to go completely like car washed here in a second. We'll see that here. It's gonna be pretty much, yeah, right on the camera. And what to see? Keep an eye on those trees. You may be able to see the trees start blowing around. Lose kind of the shelf cloud because it's gonna be literally above the camera, but good shot there. Yeah, not as feisty in Tennessee at the moment. A little feistier up here into the Ohio Valley. This area, low instability, but a high shear environment, has in the past done some interesting things. That's why we were prepared to live stream today, just in case things got interesting. If there was more instability further north, this would just be a complete QLCS party, because there are little kinks along most of the line. But through Indianapolis and through Indiana, there's just not enough instability to get really even thunderstorms. It's more of a gusty line of showers. It's not till we get down to the Ohio River, now coming through Evansville, and then especially even further south of Evansville, that's where we get a little more thunderstorm activity. Still watching this area as it's come across Clear Springs. Still showing some rotation. Not seeing a defined CC drop with that. Let's take a look here. This is a little interesting. Just to the east of Mayfield now. That could be something. Like, it's right along the leading edge, so it's very hard to tell, but there is a pretty defined area of rotation now, showing just southeast of Mayfield, Kentucky. Wouldn't be surprised if that's a brief spin up right there. Correlates decently well with that area of spin. So yeah, that may be another one we've seen now. This, well, I'm waiting another scan, but this is probably a weak tornado, picking up a little bit of debris. Again, light stuff like twigs, leaves, maybe some scrap metal. Nothing, it's not picking up whole houses or anything, but that is probably on the ground. That's actually a pretty tight area of spin. Another couple areas coming towards Cuba, Kentucky. Nothing showing there. This one is also interesting. Little area of rotation right there. Can't really say that's a defined CC signature, but there's at least some gusty winds near Sedalia, Kentucky, South Highland, approaching Farmington, Kentucky. And then I do want to check our stronger area of rotation. It was right on the Kentucky-Tennessee state line. It's approaching Austin Springs and has kind of broadened a little bit. So these two are the most vigorous, I think, right now. Maybe three. Yeah, these three, one near Clear Springs, the one just east of Mayfield, and the one approaching Cuba in western Kentucky are, I think, the most vigorous at the moment. Not seeing anything here, not seeing anything there. This is still pretty suspicious of a CC drop. And I'm waiting on another scan to really kind of call that one. They're kind of a little one in here. Yeah, if this was just a little bit higher instability, I think we would be dealing with a different situation. And actually, this is going to move now. Boop, over to here. This likely is on the ground. There is a CC drop with that. This area of rotation should move here on the next scan. Looks like our CC came in just before our velocity. And there it is. Yep, that is probably an unwarned tornado as well. Very likely. Just to the southeast of Mayfield, Kentucky. That is approaching Usher Road. It is just north of the highway. That is, what highway is that? That is, that like the, that's like the Western Kentucky Parkway, Canton Road, maybe. Let's see. Let's zoom in a little bit further. Usher Road. And DeWard Road, approaching areas around Theta Road. Yeah, here was just a minute or two ago. We saw it right along State Highway 2205, just to the east of Mayfield, Kentucky. And again, yeah, not showing up. Luckily, it didn't really show up around in Mayfield, so it's just east of there. And then, yeah, just approaching Stokes Road. Keep an eye on a couple of those other areas of rotation, too. A new severe thunderstorm warning. This is tornado possible for Choctaw County in central Mississippi, Atala and Winston counties. Also there in east central Mississippi. Includes severe thunderstorm located over Ethel or 9 miles east of Kosciuszko. I think that's how you pronounce that. Kosciuszko, maybe? Oh yeah, look at our camera thanks to MDOT traffic. That has definitely gone downhill. You can still see, is that the barge traffic there? Or no, those are, I think, the lights of West Helena. Yeah, that is a nasty drive. Anyway, 5:15 Central Time Zone. Moving east at 35, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and a tornado possible. Remain alert for a possible tornado that can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. We've seen a couple unwarned tornadoes just since our stream started. In Kentucky, anyway. This is in Mississippi. Where are we? We're in kind of north, about central Mississippi. This includes Louisville, High Point, the Natchez Trace Parkway. There's Ethel. Oh, yeah. There's kind of a broad area of circulation. And this does have kind of that little shrimp kind of look to it. You can see we're a little bit further from the radar site, but it's kind of got this little kind of sickle shape, somewhat like that. That does indicate there's some shear here as it's kind of getting ventilated off to the east. And there is some inflow showing in here. So there is some broad rotation there, mesocyclone showing up over Ethel. Again, that's going to be coming up towards McCool, High Point, and the Tom Bigby National Forest, and also Louisville in Mississippi. Actually, before I do that, okay, wanted to just kind of check and make sure I saw where it was going. So McCool, about 8 minutes. Tom Bigby National Forest, about 26. Same for Louisville, about 25 to 30 minutes in that Louisville, Mississippi area. And then closer, Rural Hill, 10 minutes. Bowie's Chapel, about 7 minutes. McCool, 8. And areas like Rome and Kerr, about 10 to 12 minutes. There's a couple other cells that are somewhat interesting. We'll keep an eye on those cells into north central parts of Mississippi. Let's go back to our somewhat more vigorous areas of circulation. And we lost that brief tornado that was to the southeast of Mayfield. Once again, only a couple scans this lasted. Nothing really showing up, maybe, I don't know. Nothing showing up too much at the 422, or sorry, 415. But by 419, we had a pretty clear CC drop there. That lasted there to the 422 radar scan. And maybe over here towards the 425, and it's since dissipated. So that's good news there. This still does have kind of a little hooky thing on it. So we do have to watch near Bacchusburg, Kirksey, over towards Pleasant Hill. That's going to be north of Murray in Kentucky. That area is still showing rotation. And the other area that was north of there is coming through the areas around Benton. That has broadened, so that's a good sign there. And then I also want to check our other area of rotation that was near Elizabethtown. That has seemed to broaden out. So seeing maybe a reduction of some of these. There is a couple other areas of rotation. There's one that's been riding essentially right along the state line. It's approaching Boydsville and Midway. Not seeing a correlation coefficient drop there. There's a second area near Tri-City. That'll head towards the Murray, Kentucky area. So still watching essentially I think we have 4 areas of rotation in here. But they are kind of looking a little bit disorganized compared to a few minutes ago. Again, about 4 o'clock in the central time zone, we had 2 tornadoes unwarned on the ground at the same time. So that's an interesting one. And it shows you in a situation like this how volatile things can change pretty quickly, because the Paducah National Weather Service office they are absolute pros and some of the best. So the fact that there were 2 brief tornadoes very quickly just shows you that tornadoes can happen in intense storms very, very quickly. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. Let me grab a drink here. Okay. Yeah, we started that stream so quickly with the tornado warning in that Paducah area. I forgot to grab a drink before we started the stream. Still seeing, I don't think we've missed anything. Let's see. No new going on. Come on. Okay, that's weird. Yeah, no new tornado warnings. Oh, we just got real crazy there for a second. Still seeing the Winston, Choctaw, and Attala counties in Mississippi under a severe thunderstorm warning for tornado possible. So that area of rotation with some small hail likely too, some gusty winds and small hail near McCool and Bowie's Chapel. This is now east of Ethel, moving towards Rome, High Point, McMillan, Louisville, and Ackerman here into east central Mississippi. Seeing a little bit of a broad area of rotation just south of McCool and Bowie's Chapel. That'll continue working to the east-northeast, generally towards that High Point area. Yeah, still working basically east-northeast. And good news there is the rotation hasn't really tightened up. So still just a tornado possible tag. A couple of the other cells have some mesocyclones with them. Just take a look at this one. This looks suspicious. It does have kind of a little weird hook on it. That one's an interesting cell. Keep an eye on that one as it comes south of Houston towards Aberdeen and Amory, Mississippi. And then back here we have the our camera, thanks to MDOT traffic there at West Helena, and showing things are calming down slightly, I think, behind that line of storms, but still a pretty gusty line of showers and storms approaching western parts of the state, especially Clarksdale, Jonestown, and then up towards Hernando, Olive Branch. Things are a little calmer into Tennessee at the moment, which is interesting because the Storm Prediction Center just recently put out a mesoscale discussion for this area, having a more concentrated area of stronger winds. But at the moment, we're not seeing that at the moment in that part of the line. Further to the north, this has been our area really since we've started the stream. We had a tornado warning just north and west of Memphis. And then since then, we've been following a few cells showing some rotation in this segment of this line. And we've seen, I think, two for sure, I think three unwarned tornadoes. There were two actually on at the same time around 4 o'clock. So we've seen some pretty clear debris drops in the correlation coefficient and in the exact same spots as these areas of rotation. They are moving quickly eastward, 40, 50 miles an hour. They're now through Paducah, through Mayfield, through Martin and Union City, and now approaching areas around Murray, up towards Princeton and Dawson Springs. They'll eventually be into Hopkinsville within probably about an hour or so. So keep an eye on a few areas of rotation. Let's just kind of scope this out. I think the couple that are the feistiest have stayed on the state line. Not seeing a CC drop with those. But yeah, there's a little area here near Lynn Grove and Wiswell that's going to be coming into Murray. And then also one just south into Tennessee, south of Midway. And yeah, good news, not seeing a CC drop with those. Just kind of checking. I don't think we missed anything. I don't see a CC drop in those areas of rotation since we last checked those. So that's a good sign. Still doesn't mean there's not a weak tornado. There still could be, just not picking up to the radar. But I feel pretty confident. Haven't seen any new areas of unwarned tornadoes. And then we'll check this area that was to the east of Mayfield. Yeah, there's this one. This was our last unwarned tornado near Stokes Road. Let's follow that little CC drop. Maybe still in here near Bacchusburg. And it looks like it kind of cleared out. It was at 428, 430. They're moving pretty quick. Check my audio real quick. Test, test. Okay, audio sounds good. If there's any audio problems, just throw it in the chat. But, wow. Interesting afternoon. Did not expect that. Did not expect the that we'd have a number of unwarned tornadoes like that in a pretty quick burst there. So we'll see if this maintains itself. It's kind of backed off a little bit. It's getting into a little messier environment. There's been some showers and storms out ahead of this line in parts of Tennessee and Kentucky today. So this may be getting into a little less favorable environment. But certainly right there as it crossed the Mississippi and Ohio rivers in western Kentucky, it got a bit feisty at times. This line does continue all the way up, I think, really into, yeah, even technically, I think it goes all the way up here into south parts of Michigan, right here along the state line with Indiana. And I said it earlier, if this was a warm season event, we'd probably have a QLCS fest, because anywhere where you see these little S shapes in here and a little bit higher reef velocity scans, there's just not enough instability up here to create any really tornadic situations. But if this was a summer event, we'd probably be seeing a number of little areas of rotation with warnings and things. But luckily, it's a very high shear but very low instability environment up to the north, and not even seeing any lightning really detected on our radar here through Indiana. This is going to be approaching Louisville in the next hour or two, so we'll keep an eye on that as well. Looks like gusty winds up to 50 miles an hour for a couple of these special weather statements, but I think anywhere along that line you could get some gusts 40 to 50 miles an hour. And then there are a number of high wind warnings and wind advisories behind this line. Gusts up to about 45 to 50 in areas in Missouri, Illinois, Indiana. Looks like there's new advisories up here into the Great Lakes. Yeah, 20 to 30 sustained and gusts up to 50. And then back further to the west. This was our video the other day. It was just an absolute rainbow of colors for warnings and things. These are all winter weather advisories in Minnesota. This is what it looks like out of, where are we? We're in Virginia, Minnesota. And it's rush hour there. So you can see the camera does kind of bobble up and down a little bit. It is gusty winds in here. Winter weather advisory, gusting up to 40 and at least a couple more inches of snow in those areas. Snow should be winding down to the west, but there are still potential here for blizzard conditions with wind gusts and blowing snow, and maybe a light accumulation in the Red River Valley from Fargo up to Grand Forks, Thief River Falls, Crookston, Detroit Lakes, down towards Fergus Falls, and into northwest portion of South Dakota. We also have new blizzard warnings came out this afternoon. There was a mesoscale discussion for blizzard conditions in southern parts of Minnesota, and looks like those have verified. So until 10 p.m. tonight, south of the Twin Cities, if you don't have to travel, please don't. Mankato, Mason City, Charles City, Forest City, Austin, Albert Lee, and out towards Rochester, Minnesota. It is a nasty night with another inch or two of snow and then 50-mile-an-hour winds. We have winter storm warnings now added into parts of Iowa for temporary whiteout conditions and also flash freezing with the those areas in extreme southern Minnesota and in Iowa. We're in the 40s this morning. They're now crashing into the 20s and even teens as that cold front sweeps through and a bit of an Arctic air mass kind of filters in briefly before things warm up again over the weekend. But yeah, this area is going to be under a cold blast for Friday. And then we also have, I do want to say, outside the tornado threat and the severe thunderstorm threat that we've been following, the pink colors here into the front range of the Rockies, and now much of Kansas, or almost all of Kansas, parts of western Missouri, and parts of northern Oklahoma. These are red flag warnings. Critical fire danger is a potential here. There has been 50, 60 mile an hour wind gusts, and then very extremely dry humidity. I think we can check here. Let's just go to this. Looking at the dew points, the dew points are in the teens to single digits across most of this area in the plains. So it's very cold and dry behind the front. You can really see where our front is. And this is why there's a little bit more of a focus for some severe weather, I think, in this area. It's a little bit where the instability and the moisture interact with the upper level winds. Upper level winds are strongest across the Great Lakes and the Mississippi Valley. So there's a little bit of a disconnect between the strongest part of the upper level winds and the highest humidity and instability. If this again was a warm season event, and this moisture and instability got pulled north towards the Ohio Valley, we'd be dealing with a different situation. It would be a QLCS threat along that line, and then probably some individual, supercells out in front of it. One of those like classic setups. But luckily, we didn't get that. Yeah, but back here towards Denver, single-digit humidity levels and dew point levels with the heavy winds, and that's just the right ingredients for a big-time fire hazard. We had this on our taped quick cast the other day, but this is a look at the NDFD wind gusts. And going forward, it is going to relax a little bit as this system works into the Great Lakes and into Canada. But at least for the next couple hours, you can really see some of those high winds, 50, 60 mile an hour gusts, potentially across Kansas. The red colors are the 50, 60 mile an hour gusts. Yeah. Just wanted to check that. So red colors are that 50 to 60 across the Red River Valley and parts of southern Minnesota. And then those orange colors, which is basically the entire Midwest there and Central Plains, those are going to be the 40 to 50 mile an hour gusts. The yellows and greens are more in that 20 to 30 kind of range. But those gusts will pick up as the next system gets into the west coast. So the front range of the Rockies is going to stay very windy and dry the next couple days. I just saw a snow plow go by, so they are trying to get those roads taken care of. But yeah, flash freezing is going to be a problem as the temperatures decrease in the evening here, and the winds are going to continue across Minnesota. There's a look at some of the clearing behind that line of storms along the Mississippi River at Helena West on the Arkansas-Mississippi state line. Ooh, this is at where is this? This is at Owatonna in let's get the radar over here. Yeah, they're getting a pretty big burst of snow right now. This is at Owatonna, Minnesota, looking at I-35 major highway, and they have it shut down. You can see the cop cars and the plows are forcing everybody to exit at Owatonna. I don't know if that's an accident or if that is just for the blizzard conditions. This part of the country has periodic points. They actually have gates that close the exits to get onto the highways. So they may be in the process of doing that. But yeah, this is forcing people off the highway, it looks like, at Owatonna. And you can see the gusty winds in the bottom of the screen with the trees are blowing pretty good right down here, just above the caption. Watch those trees. They are definitely gusting. Yeah, this looks like a mess. And this is the problem that I was saying earlier, is your road conditions could be good, but then you get these big bursts of wind and snow and creates blowing snow across the highway, where you get into whiteout conditions. And also the road could be perfectly clear until you get to that point. And then the whiteout conditions and snow blowing across the road, all of a sudden you go from pretty much a dry road to a snow-covered and icy road very quickly. And if you do that at a high speed, that just creates all kinds of chaotic problems. But yes, I don't know, again, accident or weather or a little of both. It looks like I-35 South is closed at Owatonna. And that is in the blizzard conditions there. Getting a little further from the radar site, so it's going to be a little harder to detect any weak tornadoes. When you're closer to the radar site, it's a lot easier. If our radar beam is, that drew really weird. If our radar is here and we're shooting at a thunderstorm like this, and we have a tornado, and we're close to the radar, that beam can pick up a weaker tornado that isn't lofting debris very high. But if we're way far away from the radar, and the radar's over here, I even drew that off the screen for you guys. Let's see. There we go. If our radar is way over here, we're going to be looking a lot further up. So there could be a weaker tornado lofting debris, but it's not getting up to the level of our radar site. So in this case, we would see a tornado close to the radar, but we would not see a tornado in the second scenario away from the radar. So we're getting into the kind of that situation, although we will get closer to this radar site, so that could help. Still not seeing CC drops with those two radars, but a couple areas of rotation still showing up. One near Princeton. Yeah, kind of three prominent areas of rotation are still showing up in this line segment. One near Princeton, probably the strongest one near the land between the lakes. That's coming towards Cadiz and Hopkinsville eventually. And then also down here to the south and east of Murray. Kind of two areas. Those have, I think, been the most steady areas. That has crossed since like Fulton and been kind of in this area, really right along the state line there for the last hour or so. Oh, wow. You can really see the conditions are going downhill. See how it looks mistier on that camera? That's not just because we're losing the light. That's also because we are getting into those blizzard conditions with the blowing snow. And my inclination or my guess is this is not just an accident, since they have the plow trucks ready to go. I think they're going to try and maybe service this road in a few minutes, which is why they have it closed off. But it could be a little both. There could be some spin up or spin outs and accident along there, but this looks like it's more of a Minnesota DOT kind of situation with the plow team. Could be completely wrong, but it looks like the DOT is kind of leading this, and the state troopers are there for the support, rather than if it was an accident. I would think it might be the other way around, where there's more state troopers and fire, and there may be a DOT support. It looks like it's more of the first way. Our cameras also capture the beauty of weather. So if you're new here, like and subscribe. Click the bell icon to get notifications when we go live. We've seen some of the worst of weather, but we also see some beauty. And look at this clearing skies with the kind of a peach-colored sky with the sun setting over Helena West and the Mississippi River. And then further behind, we have a beautiful sunset now. This was, when I started the stream, this was a stormy sky over Arkansas, but this is looking west on I-40 towards Little Rock, and just clear skies. That dry air is filtering in very quickly behind this. And yeah, we're seeing quite rapid clearing. But look at this. We may have to take this full. You could see it in the light of the plow team. The snow is just, see how it's blowing across the road? This is what I said earlier, is you can go from really clear conditions along the road to this blowing snow that covers it. And in the wind of the plow, you can see, yeah, here's another plow showing up. I think this is less of an accident and more of a DOT closure for the, there it is. You can see the wind blowing in the lights of the plows here. Just incredible wind there blowing the snow directly across the highway. And that's also why this camera has a bit of a foggy look. There's just a lot of light snow, small snowflakes between the camera and this perspective, but it's going to get worse as this gets into overnight hours, as we're losing the light. Closing in on the weekend here, the 21st is going to be your, in the Northern Hemisphere, the shortest day of the year. So it's December 18th, a couple more days of losing light, and then we start to slowly gain light into the new year. Looks like a lot of the DOT crew just got off the highway. Likely dealing with other blowing. Oh, you can see it in the car lights going northbound too, the blowing snow. Oh, and it's getting worse. Oh, look at that. Again, following blizzard conditions in Minnesota, parts of North Dakota. Wow. Camera just started shaking, almost like a severe weather. These are pretty solidly mounted cameras too. Yeah, you can see the blowing snow across the highway in the lights of the traffic. And yeah, right now it looks like I-35 is shut down at Owatonna, Minnesota. And the problem is this is not an isolated scenario, so I guess it's fine to shut down the highway, but this is putting people off on roads that aren't going to be much better. So if you don't have to drive south of the Twin Cities tonight, I would not advise doing so. And then there's our Arkansas view. What a different view. And our other Arkansas, Mississippi view. Look at that cool sky. Pull that one for a second. That is beautiful. A peach-colored sky. Look at that. With the clouds starting to break up behind the line of storms and some of that sunset filtering through. Wow. But we're going to continue following the severe weather, but also the blizzard conditions in Minnesota. Let me see if I find another angle of that that part of the highway. So mile marker 40, for anyone interested there, that's at mile marker 40. On 35. And yeah, that's at Owatonna, Minnesota. Ooh. This is 38, milepost 38, just a couple miles south of there. And yeah, you can really see this is northbound traffic looking southbound. You can see the reduced visibility. Cars have their hazard lights on and are making their way slowly to the north. This is an area that was slightly, I think, above freezing earlier, so there may be some flash freezing. And you can see the blowing snow on the headlights of the cameras too. And they do have 35 closed at mile marker 40 on the southbound side. And it looks like the wind has picked up in this camera with more blowing snow across the highway. So yeah, if you're in the Twin Cities, I would not advise traveling south of the Twin Cities. Let's go back to our severe thunderstorms. Let's check out Winston, Oktibbeha, and what was the other one? Nuxabee County, Mississippi. This is that storm that was coming out of the areas around the Tombigbee National Forest, around High Point. It extends out a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning until 5:45. It's located near McMillan or near Louisville, moving east at 40. This is going to stay south of downtown Starkville in Mississippi. Oh, and we have a new tornado watch. Look at that. Tornado watch. Wow. While I was looking at the blizzard, we got all kinds of good stuff. This is breaking news. Like 5:05. It's 5:05 right now. 5:05. The Storm Prediction Center issued a tornado watch for parts of western and northern Alabama, eastern Mississippi. This goes from 5:05 on Thursday, December 18th to 9 o'clock Central Time. A couple tornadoes possible, scattered damaging winds up to 65. A few supercells are forecasted to continue to mature and move through the east-northeast within that warm and moist, strongly sheared environment. So it looks like destabilization will continue to occur. And it looks like we're seeing some of that fill into this tornado watch area. That's going to be everywhere from the state line: Florence, Athens, and Huntsville, Alabama, Decatur, Russellville, Hartselle, Fayette, Hamilton, Tuscaloosa. Stays west of Birmingham right now, and then down along I-20 from Tuscaloosa to Utah, Livingston, and Demopolis. North of Meridian, but it covers areas from Carthage, Philadelphia, Mississippi, up through Louisville, Macon, Columbus, Starkville, and West Point, the Tri-Cities there. Aberdeen, up through areas here to the east of Tupelo, around Fulton and Nettleton, Smithville, Amory, and parts of extreme eastern Mississippi around Red Bay. So tornado watch, that goes until 9 o'clock Central Time. We'll see if anything else fills in here. And still seeing broad rotation in the storm. This storm has had a tornado possible tag for quite a while. It's stayed a broad mesocyclone. We're kind of far from the radar site, so it's a little hard to see some ground truth. But as this gets closer to the radar out of Aberdeen, that'll help a little bit. We'll be able to get a little closer picture of this storm. But this is going to stay south of Mississippi State, south of Starkville. But if you're going down to Craig Springs, Webster, Evergreen, Gum Springs, and then over towards Lynn Creek and Winston, that's the area that's under the severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. Could have some small hail, tornado possible 60-mile-an-hour winds. Keep an eye on this if you're over here towards Artesia, Crawford, and Brooksville. That's where a little more population is located. And we'll keep an eye on this too, as it kind of should work its way south of Starkville, and it should stay south of Columbus. But we'll keep an eye. It's going to be a little tighter to that area. Just checking something with my stream here for a second. There it goes. Okay, sorry. I moved some settings around on the new YouTube update. Okay. Okay, just updated the stream title since we lost our tornado warnings a while back in Kentucky, just to make it more accurate. Severe thunderstorms in the southeast, we're tracking those, and then blizzard conditions in the Midwest. That kind of covers what we're covering right now. Wow, this is just a mess in the Minnesota camera. Oh, look at that. It's getting worse. The blizzard conditions are getting worse. We're actually losing the visibility of this camera to look down at the exit here. Yeah, we're definitely losing the visibility here. It's not only getting darker, but it is getting treacherous out there. Some broad rotation in this other cell. It's a special weather statement, but again, you can kind of see it in the reflectivity even. There's a little S shape in here. This is where there's some inflow notching and then some outflow surge right in there. Kind of broad rotation still, but it's north of Amory and east of Shannon, Mississippi. We'll keep an eye on that one. Really close to the radar site. So any low-level tightening of that rotation, we'd see it really quickly, which is why that's not severe or tornado warned yet, but just keeping an eye on that one. There is kind of a surge of wind surging out here towards Amory. And yeah, keeping an eye then on a rotation on that north side of that wind surge. That's another interesting cell. Again, we're in a tornadic environment now with a tornado watch in effect. So we will keep an eye on those storms. Also seeing some lightning pick up on our storms that are back near the cold front. So we'll keep an eye on any severe weather there. The convective allowing models the last day or so, we're picking up on the cells kind of being the stronger ones out in front of that line. That's right along the cold front. And sometimes that can happen because this cool air can undercut the updrafts. So I think we'll likely see that kind of just maintain itself with maybe some brief gusty winds. And we're looking more for the supercellular development to be out in front of that line segment. Further to the east, this is progressing very quickly across Kentucky and parts of southern Indiana. You can see a pretty solid line. It's mostly just gusty winds, 40, 50 miles an hour. There are a couple areas, even in Indiana, that have shown they probably would rotate if there was enough, or they are rotating, but they would be more tornadic potential if there was more instability up here. As I said, I think earlier a couple times, if this was a warm season event, we'd probably have a QLCS party across the Ohio Valley, and just not seeing that until we really get down to the right along the Ohio River and point south. A little bit of an interesting area of rotation right here near Prince's Lakes and Pleasant View Village. So we'll keep an eye on that one. That's south of Indianapolis. But most of the tornadic potential is even further south than that, really across Kentucky. And I do want to look in here and see, we've had a couple non-warned or unwarned tornadoes today in western Kentucky, and a couple tornado warnings, one north and west of St. Louis, and then one just north of the Paducah, Kentucky area earlier, around 3:30. Still seeing a couple areas of rotation that are interesting in here. Those are approaching Hopkinsville in a little while, and then one up here towards Madisonville. And then further south, there was an area of rotation that kind of rode right along this Tennessee-Kentucky border. That looks like it's diminished some, and you can see those cells are kind of breaking up a little bit. So that's some good sign there. In general, we've seen a little less of the spins in this line segment in Kentucky. But yeah, still watching a couple areas. And you can see the little notching features on the reflectivity as well as the velocity scans where they're surging out on that southern flank, similar to that storm that we just described in Mississippi. And you can kind of see they take these little S shapes in the line segment here. And again, if it was a warmer season event, we probably would be dealing with multiple tornado warnings. And that's going to be a nasty line of storms if you don't have to travel in that. It's going to be very brief, the strongest gusts of wind and rain, and we've seen that on the camera several times. Again, a cool look here. This is towards the Little Rock area. Clear skies. The sun is setting with the drier conditions coming in behind the cold front. And then a little further to the east, this is what it looks like just on the west side of Memphis. Still under the cloud deck in Memphis, but you can see the setting sun along the horizon. And just a really cool look that we're getting out of the setting sun along the Mississippi River. And again, still along the cloud deck there at West Helena, but you can see the brighter colors on the horizon of the sunset. A new camera out of the Verona, Mississippi area, looking at those storms to the south. We'll keep an eye on those. The kind of suspicious looking cell is the one that's off to the left of the camera. Over here, it's moving towards the east. Our camera's looking south. That's an area that has kind of a little broad area of circulation, and we'll keep an eye on that one as it's approaching areas to around Smithville in eastern Mississippi. See, it does have kind of that supercellular shape to it. Again, it's kind of another little S shape in here, in not really a line, but kind of a broken line of storms. But yeah, there's your body of the storm, and then here's your kind of RFD surge, and then your inflow would be right in here towards Smithville. So surging out on the southern flank of the storm. Hasn't really tightened up, but we'll keep an eye on that one. It looks a little bit better organized than some of the storms, certainly the ones across most of northern Mississippi. And we're just going to get a new special weather statement for this storm. Gusty winds up to 50, so it's just on the sub-severe side of things. That includes Interstate 22 in Mississippi between 101 and 107. Amory, Aberdeen, Fulton, Smithville, Tremont, New Wren, New Salem, and also getting a new severe thunderstorm warning. Another tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning down here near Philadelphia, Mississippi. That storm has picked up in intensity over the last few minutes. We can see a mesocyclone showing up on the velocity scans right there. That's going to continue working east-northeast. Looks like the strongest part of that storm going to go just south of Philadelphia, Mississippi, but areas over towards Linwood, McDonald, Tucker, House, Bloomfield, and DeWeese. You guys are in that severe thunderstorm warning. Small hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and a tornado possible tag. Let's get in here and we'll draw it out. Oop, before I do that, moving east at 35. There we go. Really have to kind of zoom in to get, these are really small communities south of Philadelphia. So that's a good thing. We're not hitting any major populations, as I really do have to zoom in to get any of these communities in here. But Coldwater, Dixon, right about now. Good Hope down to Neoshoba or Neshoba, about 9 or 10 minutes. Tucker, about 15. And then Crossroads and DeWeese, about 25 minutes. So if you're in that Philadelphia area, probably about 10 to 15 minutes if it starts to turn more towards the north. But looks like that cell's going to stay to the south of downtown Philadelphia, Mississippi. And then also looking at this storm, still has a kind of a broad mesocyclone in here, some gusty winds. This is well south of downtown Starkville, down towards Winston and Oaktalk, Lynn Creek, southern sides, far southern sides of the Starkville Metro, down towards Mount Olive Road and south of there, Heritage Colony, those areas. But it looks like the strongest part of the storm going to stay to the south. I wouldn't be surprised if they get a new warning over towards Brooksville. See if I have a camera down that way towards Brooksville. Keep an eye on this one. This is out of Columbus looking southwest along, is that 82, I think it is? I think it's 82. 82 or 83. '82, yeah. US 82 comes through Starkville and Columbus, basically on the north side of Starkville, and then through Columbus, and then heads down towards Tuscaloosa. So pretty major highway through here. Looks like the storm's going to stay to the south of 82, but especially the strongest part. But we'll continue to see the environment out in front of these storms. And then, yeah, let's take a look at these storms up here near the radar site. Still seeing kind of broad circulation in here near Smithville. And then some winds coming through areas around Amory. We'll keep an eye on this storm too. It definitely has a embedded supercell in here. You can see the little kind of hook shape. It's not super prominent, but it's definitely one to watch. So kind of 3 storms at the moment we're watching in Mississippi. Again, our tornado watch goes through 9 p.m. in the central time zone. Nice use of a special weather statement here. They're warning this whole line segment for brief gusts up to 55 miles an hour in those showers and more, or I was going to say thunderstorms, but they're more showers. Sometimes we've seen National Weather Service offices use a severe thunderstorm warning, but that's kind of not what the purpose is for a severe thunderstorm warning, because technically to be a thunderstorm, you have to have lightning, and these showers don't have that. So a good use of the special weather statement for those cells. Into Mississippi, we have a lot more lightning. These are more actual thunderstorms with some gusty winds. And then further to the north, keep an eye on those few areas of spin. Gusty winds with a couple areas of spin. Earlier, we caught a couple unwarned tornadoes, but they've kind of been behaving themselves a little bit. We have 3 areas, maybe a 4th down here towards Dover. So keep an eye on those. They're coming towards the Hopkinsville area and just south there towards Oak Grove and Lafayette. And then another one up in Kentucky near Central City. Keeping an eye on both of those. Zooming in a little closer, regardless of a tornado potential, it's going to be at least a brief burst of gusty winds and could be in that 40 to 50 to even 60 mile an hour gusts. There's a small little area of pretty good gusts, and we're really close to the radar site, so we're getting actually a pretty good view of those. You can see they're kind of little embedded supercells. They have a little notch in there, and then this one down here near Roaring Springs, kind of the same situation. So 2 little embedded supercells, those little notches. This one's going to likely ride right through Hopkinsville, and then the other one down towards Herndon, Lafayette, Oak Grove, here in southern Kentucky. And yeah, not seeing a correlation coefficient drop with those specific areas of rotation. We do see there's a few CC drops just along this line segment. That shows that there's pretty gusty winds kicking up some leaves and twigs and stuff. But we'll keep an eye on both of those areas of rotation. Especially that we're getting into a more crowded area. This is I-24, right across the middle of your screen here. So pretty well-traveled interstate. And then this is downtown Hopkinsville. Down here is Fort Campbell, right on the Tennessee-Kentucky state line. And then we get into the Clarksville area. So a little more population in this part of the state of Kentucky and Tennessee. So we will keep an eye on those. And they are going to put a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning, I think probably for what we were seeing, the 60 mile an hour wind gusts with a tornado possible and 45 mile an hour forward speed. So they've stayed pretty consistent today. And what I'm going to do is, I'm surprised they didn't box both of those areas of rotation. I personally would have just extended that out just a little bit. But that's fine. That's not the tool I wanted. There we go. We'll draw out the leading edge here. And I think we still have it set at 45. Things have been really consistent at 45 today. Hopkinsville, 5 minutes or less. And then Pembroke, about 14 minutes. Elkton, 28. And Russellville, 48. Zooming in a little tighter, see if we have any other communities. Howell and Herndon, about 8 minutes. Fairview down to Elkton, about 20 to 28 minutes. And then Honey Grove, 18. Sharon Grove, 34. And then Russellville and Epley's, about 45. So we'll keep an eye on those areas. Let's check the correlation coefficient with those. Ooh, that is a little suspicious. Too hard to say. There was a little lowering right in here on the last radar scan that correlated. It's too hard to say. That could just be twigs and debris just from the burst of wind. This is, again, showing a 60 to even 70 mile an hour wind gust potentially in there. Or it could have been a little leaf NATO sort of thing. But that's why we have a tornado possible tag. I would treat this similar to a tornado warning. Not necessarily, I wouldn't, if I lived in Hopkinsville, I wouldn't be like tucking into the spidery, cellar, but I would not be on my top floor, if that makes sense. I wouldn't be on the second or third story. I would definitely be in the interior on the lower level, like a first floor. And sometimes the National Weather Service makes me look really smart. I said earlier I wasn't going to be too critical, but I would have made that warning bigger. They're essentially going to make that warning bigger with a separate warning. Which then I kind of agree with. If they're going to warn these both separately, that's also a possibility, but I would have just kind of issued them back to back. But 2 areas of tornado possible severe thunderstorms coming into Hopkinsville, and then the other one is just south of there near Fort Campbell. They're both moving east at 45. That's Oak Grove, Clarksville, especially north parts of Clarksville, Fort Campbell, Trenton, Allensville, and Herndon. And yeah, we're not seeing a really big debris signature that we saw earlier today, so that's a good sign. We have seen a few unwarned tornadoes today. Those are at least warned as severe thunderstorms. And then going back down into Mississippi, keeping an eye on this storm near Tremont, and then also down towards Amory, right near the radar site. There's been a couple storms showing some rotation at times, but on the weaker side. But then keeping an eye on a tornado possible severe thunderstorm down south of Starkville. It's still showing broad rotation as it comes towards Crawfordsville, Brookville, and Artesia. We're looking towards that storm on our camera above me. That's out of the Columbus, Mississippi area looking southwest. So we're looking towards those storms. Not a lot of lightning with that one. But if we get any lightning, we should be able to see that on this camera. And then the other storm that's tornado possible, severe thunderstorm, 60-mile-an-hour winds. It's near Linwood and Good Hope, coming towards Spring Hill, Bloomfield, and Deweese in Mississippi. Should stay south of downtown Philadelphia. But that's another storm, 60-mile-an-hour wind, tornado possible tag. Our newest severe thunderstorm warning with also a tornado possible tag, now into Alabama. For areas around Florence, Muscle Shoals, out towards Buzzard Roost and Cherokee. This is also including Pickwick Lake and up towards Cloverdale, basically at the state line at Cypress Inn with Tennessee. Line of storms, there's a couple areas of rotation in here, one near Tishomingo and the other one west of Cherokee. We'll keep an eye on both of those as those move to the east. And those are going to be, I think, probably at 40 miles an hour, moving to the east. Central Lauderdale County and Colbert counties in northwestern Alabama. Ooh, pretty big burst of wind showing up, and we're decently close to the radar. But along I-22 to the east of Tupelo near Tremont, that could be some 50 to 60 to even 65-mile-an-hour winds right along the interstate. And again, we have a new tornado watch that just came on about a half hour ago. It covers parts of eastern Mississippi and then northern and western Alabama until 9 p.m. in the central time zone. Let's go up to our two suspicious cells near Hopkinsville. And yeah, good news is not seeing a CC drop. We're really close to the radar again. So if we had any weaker tornadoes, we probably would see the correlation coefficient drop. The storm near Herndon has weakened a little bit. Still potentially some gusty winds in there, 40, 50 miles an hour, coming towards Howe, Oak Grove, and Fort Campbell. The other storm still going pretty strong on the south side of Hopkinsville. It's in here approaching Pembroke, basically coming right towards the radar site, and near Caskey, Eagle Way, down towards Bradshaw Road. This is the area that could be seeing a brief burst of 60 to even 70-mile-an-hour winds are showing up in this storm. Near Fort Campbell Boulevard, Lovers Lane, Bradshaw Road, Johns River Road. If you're in this area, I would kind of hunker down for a little bit. Again, you don't have to duck into the cellar necessarily. It's not a full tornado warning, but you're certainly, especially if you live in an area that has a lot of trees, it's important to protect yourself from tree falls. And then looking up into Minnesota again, the I-35 South is still closed at Owatonna, Minnesota. You can see the state troopers and the DOT crews have it blocked off. Blowing snow, 50-mile-an-hour winds. We can see the trees, and the camera is actually shaking. You can see the waves of snow in the lights blowing across the highway. And then further south, this is what the highway looks like in the closed portion. You can again see the blowing snow. This northbound seems to be open right now, but southbound is closed. And you can see the flashing lights. Cars have had their hazard lights on. It's slick and icy and extremely windy. Just an extremely nasty night if you do not have to travel in southern Minnesota under the blizzard conditions, and then also western Minnesota up in the Red River Valley around Fargo, Grand Forks. I would not advise traveling. Okay. Had to refill my drink there for a second. Sorry about that. Looking at this storm, let's take a look at these. They've also introduced a new tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning to the north. Yeah, there is another area of rotation near Kirkmansville, Kentucky, and Mount Tabor up towards, oh boy, Tydawapati, Tydawapati, Tywhoppety. So probably if anyone lives there, I just completely destroyed your city's name. They're going to introduce a new warning ahead of that. Logan and Butler counties in central Kentucky. This is out of the Louisville National Weather Service office. Let's see. And the Paducah office. So we're right here at the where the offices kind of touch each other. But there is a couple areas of rotation in these storms. The one near Hopkinsville is the most vigorous. And let's see. That may be on the ground. Let's take a look here. We're really close to the radar site. I can't tell. It's too close to the radar site to really get a good look at that. But boy, oh boy, that could be really hard to tell if that's a CC drop. So close to the radar site. If that moves, then that may be a tornado in progress. Maybe another one that we've seen. That one's just, it's really hard to tell. So close to the radar site. We're kind of in that. Oh, here we go. Maybe. Yeah, see how that moved? This little area right in here is now here. I'll put my cursor here and we'll go back to reflectivity. And that's in there. I believe that's on the ground. Not 100% on that one, but there is another correlation coefficient drop in this area right where the velocity is. Yeah, that I think is on the ground. That's another CC drop that we've seen here today. In which case that would be to the north of Pembroke. That's going to be around Hammock Road up towards Tress Shop and Elkton. If you're in that area near Elkton and Tress Shop, I would definitely be hunkered down away from windows in an area that is an interior room. At the very least, there's going to be 65 to 70 mile an hour winds, I think, right in there. Really close to the radar site. That's low level rotation. And I'm pretty sure we have a CC drop with that. Right in here, Rosstown Road or Rosetown Road and Becker Road. I'm like 90%. The only thing we're just so close to the radar site, it gets a little weird. You can see these little lines and distortion so close to the radar site. But yeah, that one, not 100% on, but I'm pretty sure that's a little CC drop right there. Let's take a look at our other cells coming towards Florence. A couple areas of rotation, but those are somewhat broad near Cherokee. Severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag continues for Florence, Muscle Shoals, down towards areas around the Freedom Hills, wildlife management. And then still watching these cells, feisty at times. They're right along the Mississippi and Alabama state line between Tremont and Hamilton, Alabama. These have weakened a little bit. They're kind of messy right now, but there are a couple cells in there that are interesting. This one may have a little bit of small hail coming towards Detroit, Alabama, right along the state line. And then the cell to the south of Starkville has weakened. Where is that camera? There's a last look at some sunlight. As we're looking at West Memphis there, the cloud deck clearing out. So many cameras up. There we go. Here's our camera out of Columbus looking towards that storm. Still has some broad rotation on it near Crawford and Brooksville, but non-severe at the moment. And the other cell that has a tornado possible severe thunderstorm tag is rolling south of Philadelphia, Mississippi, towards Bloomfield and Deweese. We've called you guys for a while. No, and there's actually two cells in here now that are showing some rotation, but we're a little further from the radar site, so these are more upper level looks at, or mid-level looks at those areas of rotation. But watching those cells, basically south of Philadelphia, north of Union, Mississippi. And that will work over towards DeKalb and Scuba, Mississippi. So if you're over here along the highway around Scuba, DeKalb, down towards Potterville, keep an eye on those cells. That's in southeast Mississippi. We're seeing some other cells go up, kind of scattered, very scattered right now into south central Mississippi. So we'll keep an eye on those. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the line of storms that's back close to the cold front, the models weren't very big on that one going severe, at least in this part. The models showed more like we're seeing right now, these areas along the state line. Those are the more potential warm sector storms that could have some areas of rotation and maybe some small hail, but mostly damaging winds and a brief tornado threat. Let's go back to our Hopkinsville storm. There is a little area of rotation that we've been tracking near Fort Campbell. That seems to be on the weaker side, but still some bursts of wind near Barker's Mill, Hammocksville, towards Trenton and Allensville. The other one was the more vigorous area that's coming across Pembroke Fairview Road. And it's so close to the radar site. think we had a brief tornado again in here. There's a CC drop on this scan, and it moved with that area of rotation over here near Beaker Road. And then it went away. So I think that was a brief spin up. And yeah, and it went away as that weakened. But yeah, right in here, I think we had maybe another brief touchdown of a weak tornado. Our other area of rotation that is has a tornado possible tag near Kirkmansville has also seemed to weaken, so that is a good sign as it's coming across Clifty and not seeing a CC drop there. And we do have a tornado possible tag up here north of Louisville now into southern Indiana near New Pekin. There is an area of rotation there. I think we saw that earlier when we were peeking up at this area. It came across Hardinsburg and now near Shorts Corner and New Pekin. Just look really briefly. These can be sometimes so brief that they're within a radar scan or two. So let's just go back and make sure there's nothing super crazy. I don't see a definite CC drop with that. So, but still potentially a little area of rotation in here near Shorts Corner, State Road 135. That's Indiana State Highway 135. Yeah, not seeing anything there. There's another area of rotation unwarned. This is a little further north than I expected to be dealing with severe weather tonight. So, again, I think if this was a more unstable environment up here, we probably would have a number of tornado warnings today into southern Indiana. But this area is still showing some decent rotation. Yeah, not seeing anything there. So that's good. Kind of scoping everything out. That is also weakened a little bit since it's come across parts of southeast Indiana. So right now we are increasing. We do have now 7 severe thunderstorm warnings. Neosho, Mississippi, Todd, and Christian counties in Kentucky. Also Todd and Christian counties in Kentucky. Muhlenberg, Todd, Logan, and Christian counties in Kentucky. Harrison, Washington, and Clark counties in Indiana. Lauderdale, Colbert counties in Alabama. Logan, and Butler counties in Kentucky. Yeah, so only one severe storm left in Mississippi at the moment. This is that area to the south and now southeast of Philadelphia, Mississippi. See a couple areas of rotation. The one that was originally warned near DeWeese, and then there's one here near Golden Grove. A couple areas of wind and hail in those storms, but they've kind of been holding their own. They haven't really increased or decreased in strength. So that's been a good sign there. I'll check a little further south. We had a couple feistier storms in the northern Gulf. Those are behaving themselves. And there are some storms back building a little further into southern parts of Mississippi, so we'll keep an eye on those too. Those are going to be a little bit further away from the stronger winds aloft, but there is a little more moisture to work with further south in Mississippi. Right here, where the tornado watch covers until 9 o'clock, that's kind of the sweet spot. It was an area I was focused in on the last couple days where there's not quite the strongest winds aloft. Those are further to the north, but where the strongest winds aloft meet the strongest instability. There was a little pocket kind of right in here, maybe extending up into middle Tennessee, and where there's definitely potential for some severe weather. And I think there could be a potential even a little further east than there, so we'll have to watch for kind of this area into northern Alabama as the evening goes on. The one thing is we are losing the light, so being one of the darker times of the year here before the shortest day of the year or the weekend, there's just not as much light. Taking a look at the blizzard conditions up in Minnesota right now. Still seeing the highway closed at Owatonna. That's I-35 southbound. Woo, that car just almost slammed into those trucks there. That's why you got to pay attention. He was in like the left lane going pretty fast and stopped kind of right here where my cursor is. Wow. Yeah. Anyway, blowing snow still continues. It's lightened up a little bit, but that's what the blizzard does is the visibility changes quite significantly from minute to minute and mile to mile. So you can be on clear roads 1 minute and then it goes really downhill fast. And that's why we've seen the highways closed there at Owatonna. Further south, we can see the northbound lanes are open still, but you can really see the blowing snow and the lights of the cars. At times, people have their hazard lights on. It's definitely slippery and windy, and the southbound lanes are closed right now. And this is not going to be exclusive to this highway. The whole area in southern Minnesota right now is, I would not recommend traveling south of Minneapolis right now. We have still more snow ongoing across the Twin Cities and across southern Minnesota. Areas like Mankato, Owatonna, Albert Lee, down towards Rochester and Austin. Some of those will get down into Mason City and areas like Waverly and Clarion and West Union in northern Iowa. And then we still have some blizzard warnings up here towards Fergus Falls, south of Fargo. And this has been like this for, at least an hour or so, more, maybe more, because I think, yeah, I guess, was it in the process of getting shut down right when we turned on that camera? It's been at least an hour, if not more. Still seeing this interesting area of circulation in here near Bradshaw. I think it briefly touched down earlier. It's hard to say what it's doing right now based on the CC, but this is that area that's come across just north of Pembroke. I think it touched down right in here near Hammock Road briefly, but it's come across now and still showing a pretty prominent hook right over Bradshaw that's going to be working its way towards areas like Daysville and then maybe over towards the areas just south of Russellville. So keep an eye on that cell. Tornado possible, 60-mile-an-hour winds. I think at times we've even had stronger winds showing up really close to the radar site. So, yeah, I think we're seeing 60. It's calmed down a little bit. We've seen, I think, at some points closer to 70-mile-an-hour winds. And then same for that area of rotation to the south. That's also severe warned near Guthrie. That's going to be approaching Allensville, Keysburg, Darnell, and Oakville, right along the Tennessee and Kentucky state line. Once this back line clears through your area, so even areas that were just under the severe warnings, Hopkinsville, Princeton, Cadiz, you guys are clear of at least the severe threat. There still are gusty winds, and at times, back here, wind advisories gusting 40, 50 miles an hour at times. So there still are pretty gusty winds. There's red flag warnings further back into parts of. The good news is they are canceling some of those red flag warnings with the winds decreasing. So that's some good news, but there are still some gusty winds in here. Wind advisories across Missouri, 50-mile-an-hour gusts sustained at 20 to 30. I think that's going to be pretty common across most of this area, across the Great Lakes and the Ohio Valley tonight. And then where those 50-mile-an-hour gusts are encountering snow, that's where we have some of the blizzard conditions across portions of North Dakota, South Dakota, and Minnesota and Iowa tonight. We'll take it from the bottom. Oh yeah, there they go. They just canceled a bunch of those red flag warnings across Kansas. There still are going to be gusty winds across the Front Range, so I would suspect that these are going to continue. I think they continue even into tomorrow, or they haven't yet, but they'll likely extend them. Yeah, right now it's in effect until Friday at midnight, or midnight. Yeah, did I read that right? Oh, it is in effect, yeah, till midnight Friday. Let's go back here and check our storms in Mississippi. Still showing a tornado possible. Oh, they've dropped the tornado possible tag. There still is some rotation, gusty winds in here near DeKalb. It has seemed to weaken a little bit, so that's a good sign. We've also lost our severe warnings across the areas like Columbus and Brooksville. Still seeing a pretty good gust of wind, maybe a little circulation in here near Macon. So we'll keep an eye on those cells. Could be feisty at times. We're looking at our camera at Columbus. Let's look at that camera again. Here is Columbus, Mississippi. The heavy rain has picked up as the thunderstorm is kind of working its way over Columbus right now. Not seeing a lot of stronger winds. Those seem to be further south. But the heavy rain, a little bit of lightning working across downtown Columbus and then points east right towards the state line at Forest, Eastwood Hills. And yeah, the wind is a little bit further south of Columbus. Starkville clearing out. And then north of Starkville towards Tupelo, you guys are starting to clear out a little bit here. Some feistier storms east of Tupelo. And there's some pockets of heavier rain and some gustier winds. But then we pick up the severe warning with a tornado possible tag coming for Florence. Not seeing a lot of rotation, some broad rotation west of Florence, but it has not gotten tighter. So it's mostly a damaging wind threat, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, probably riding right into Florence and Muscle Shoals. So we'll keep an eye on you guys. And then back here, another strong storm near Ashland with some gusty winds, 50 miles an hour, up towards New Albany. We're seeing also pretty strong storms at times now into Middle Tennessee. So we'll keep an eye on parts of Middle Tennessee. Not seeing a ton of organization to those. We'll watch a few of these to the west of Nashville. This one has a little bit of that S shape that we've seen a few circulations on today. It's not really showing any right now, but that could just be a precursor. So we'll keep an eye on some of those storms to the west of Nashville as those work through. And they've allowed the severe thunderstorm warning to the north of Louisville expire. There is still it was a tornado possible area. There is still a little rotation in here near Borden. So continue to keep an eye on that area, but it has weakened some as well. And then working up the line Still some gusty winds potentially across southern Indiana. A couple areas of rotation, but things have behaved across Indiana so far, so not expecting a lot of severe weather up there. It's more of a mid-south to deep south event, and really only likely for only a couple more hours with daytime heating. We will have to watch parts of the extreme eastern parts of North Carolina. There is a marginal risk out here across basically the Outer Banks, and that's going to be an overnight risk as storms work their way northward from the open waters of the Atlantic, and that's going to be like a 2-3 a.m. thing. Kind of a typical second season setup. It's pretty messy. It's marginal severe, but there is enough ingredients here coming together with some upper level winds at some different directions, and then also a low level flow from the south feeding some moisture up into this area. So where the upper level winds aloft are strong enough, and then we get enough instability, that's where there is a brief window for some tornadic cells. And then I think we saw basically across southern Illinois, extreme northwest Tennessee, and then western Kentucky, we saw the situation that has happened sometimes before, but a low instability, high shear environment created a few, couple tornado warnings, but also a couple that we tracked were unwarned tornadoes. Very brief and likely weak, but at least a couple unwarned tornadoes there. And then still watching the southbound 35 closed at Awatona for the blizzard conditions affecting southern Minnesota right now. Starting to get into the big holiday travel season. I think especially this weekend is going to be a big travel weekend for people, but this is a look at Airport Road and Minnesota Highway 5 in the Twin Cities. If you see some flashing on the camera, those are the runway lights. Those are not power flashes. But this is a look basically at the airport. So if you're going to or leaving the airport today or this evening, you can see there is blowing snow across the highway here. I think this is 5, if I remember right. And then this is the airport road here. So there is partially to mostly covered roads, I would call that. And then you can see kind of the blowing snow across this camera as well. So yeah, you can't really define the cityscape in the background. I'm pretty sure from this perspective, we would probably see downtown St. Paul in the distance, or Minneapolis. Which way is this? Yeah, northeast. So we should be seeing St. Paul in the distance, but we cannot. So, we just see this is the runway off to the left, and then these are some of the ILS guide lights. Yeah, this is 5. This goes into the airport, and this goes out to St. Paul. So, ugly night across Minnesota. And still seeing the highway closed there at Awatona. Zooming in on Nashville, some non-severe thunderstorms, some gusty winds headed your direction. Nothing too crazy in Tennessee at the moment, which is good. down into our tornado warned or tornado watch area. Just a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag near Florence. That has behaved itself for the most part, so that's been a good sign there. So we can catch that from a different perspective on the radars. Yeah, not seeing a lot of circulation in that storm. Kind of a couple bands of storms now showing up. Some stronger storms just south of Tupelo. I'll keep an eye on those storms. Some of the police are starting to leave that. They may be starting to, maybe looking at opening up the highway here. We'll see in a second what's going on. Yeah, it looks like we're going to make an attempt at opening up the highway as the plows are starting to move. We'll see if we can catch them on this. This is I-35. This is looking south, so the traffic coming towards the camera is northbound traffic. The southbound lanes are closed. We haven't seen a car there in at least an hour or so, maybe more. That looks like the plow crew had just left Awatona just a minute ago, so we'll see if they make it down this way. And I think with the blizzard conditions, these cameras are a little sketchy tonight. Oh, there's some. That may have been that lead police car going through. So we are going to attempt to open up the road. But you can still see there is blowing snow across the road. So just because it's open doesn't mean it's great conditions here. Looking at the storms here to the south and east of Tupelo, pretty heavy thunder shower just off to the corner of the screen. So we'll keep an eye on that one as well. The lights are kind of illuminating its rain core there. That's just south of Verona towards Nettleton, and some strong storms near Fulton now too, approaching Red Bay along the state line. Keep an eye on those. Nothing severe there at the moment. And then still looking at some gusty winds with this storm. A little suspicious now looking at our storm around Columbus. That has organized a little bit further. There now is some gusty winds coming into Columbus. Yeah, that one is starting to show a little bit of rotation. That's interesting. Nothing crazy yet or anything, but some brief gusty winds are likely coming across this area around Columbus and just to the now east of downtown towards the let's see, towards Ramunda. Oh, there goes the plows. There's the plow crew. So they are going to open up I-35 south of Awatona here. keep an eye on that cell. That cell has looked a little more suspicious just in the last couple minutes. That's going to be coming across towards Millport in Alabama, Kennedy, and then Fayette. We'll also keep an eye on these cells as they're west of Tuscaloosa. Still looking at these storms, severe warned near DeKalb. They have come down. Still 31 minutes. They've dropped the tornado possible tag, and I would agree with that. It's mostly just some gusty winds, maybe some small hail, but it looks like those storms have relaxed quite significantly. Checking our Jackson metro area. Storms, showers right now, but maybe some thunderstorms possible down towards Brookhaven. We'll see if those continue to organize. And then still watching gusty showers and storms across areas like Fulton, Red Bay, Hamilton, Hackleburg, up towards Russellville, and then Florence. Still seeing a tornado possible tag, but rotation seems to have backed off those storms. We'll see how these storms interact. There's a couple bands in here now that kind of interacting with each other. We'll see if that creates any interesting cell mergers, especially in this area south of Florence. And storms are coming into Nashville, non-severe. Haven't seen any really big prominent wind gusts or any areas of rotation really in these storms. Even though they look kind of feisty on radar, they've been behaving themselves. So that's been good. We are watching those storms that are still severe warned with a tornado possible tag now near Russellville. I think we saw a brief spin up just north of the radar site here around Pembroke and just north of there. Those have been behaving themselves a little more recently here. Yeah, not seeing anything suspicious on the correlation coefficient. That shows us meteorological versus non-meteorological targets. Still an area of rotation in there, and then one riding along the state line. But that one has weakened. This line was the original kind of line, and it's kind of invading into the rain-cooled air of this mess that's out in front of it, so that should weaken those storms. Had a couple severe storms up to the northwest of Louisville earlier, and those are kind of holding their own at the moment. Still just a really sharp line. Moving through southeast Indiana, and then this line actually of gusty winds and showers goes all the way up now into kind of broken up a little bit, but east of Fort Wayne and even into parts of Michigan, where things are going to go from rain to snow pretty quickly across this area. But yeah, even up here, special weather statement for wind gusts up to 45 miles an hour. And then there are winter weather advisories for the kind of lake effect on the backside of the system that will, on the cold side. Our newest severe thunderstorm warning extends from the Russellville storms through Bowling Green, Kentucky, down towards Franklin, Auburn, and Plano, just to the west of Scottsville, Kentucky. Again, severe thunderstorm, small hail maybe, but mostly it's a wind and tornado threat. Tornado possible and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And that's going to be for that line segment coming through the Russellville area right now. Although, yeah, those couple areas of circulation do seem to be decreasing in intensity. Memphis, you guys are clearing out in the Memphis area. So just some gusty winds the rest of the evening, but this is really becoming more of an issue for parts of Mississippi into Alabama and maybe into Tennessee a little bit. We've lost the light now, but this is I-40 at West Memphis, or just west of there at Um, just west of it, like Lehigh. Looking at the westbound I-40 there as it curves up towards Memphis and West Memphis. But clearing out, we've lost the light there. All right, so back at our Minneapolis St. Paul camera, just near the airport Road and Minnesota Route 5. And you can see traffic is moving okay, but partially to mostly covered roads, and the snow is still coming down with some gusty winds. Obviously, near the international airport, this is going to be one of the more well-traveled areas, so that gives you an indication that if those roads are mostly to partly covered, then a lot of the other roads in the area are not going to be very great. That cell is kind of quickly weakened as it's moved east and north of Columbus, so that's a good sign there. Take a look at our Columbus area cameras. Not seeing much difference in those cameras. Let's see. Yeah, we're starting to clear out there, so that's a good sign. We'll add a new camera on I-20 here, just in that area around Forest, Mississippi, looking kind of towards those storms that are now special weather statements south of Union, Mississippi. Pretty feisty little storm there, and we'll keep an eye on those. And then a couple showers and storms developing, and not really storms yet, but some showers developing south of Jackson. Keep an eye on those too. A lot of broad eyes today. It's a big storm system. We have severe weather across the south. We have strong winds across the central plains and now pushing into the Great Lakes. We have fire weather across the Front Range, and then blizzard conditions and winter storm conditions across the northern upper Midwest. That doesn't even touch that there's a new system coming into the Pacific Northwest, more flash flood and flood warnings, or sorry, watches from areas around Washington down through the coastal Oregon and now down into parts of Northern California. And then also a ton of winter storm warnings for the Rockies. Parts of the Rockies could be getting 1 to 2 feet of snow and winds as high as 75 miles an hour in those higher peaks outside of Yellowstone and up into the Montana and even parts of Idaho, looks like. Yeah, 1 to 2 feet above 7,000 feet. So just an extreme amount of weather today. Hasn't been the most dynamic. We haven't seen like a billion tornado warnings at once, so it's not a tornado outbreak or anything, but definitely severe weather here, fire weather here, blizzard here, and then this wind energy is going to also continue across to the northeast. So there's now a bunch of wind advisories from 1 a.m. Friday to 1 a.m. Saturday, and then some high wind warnings covering some of the higher terrain across the Appalachians, also 1 a.m. Friday to Saturday, 20 to 30 gusting to 60. There's some winter weather advisories for the snow behind it with some lake effect snow, and then also high wind warnings across the coastal areas gusting to 60. So it could be a pretty crazy weekend into parts of the, and again, tomorrow's Friday. A lot of people after work or take a half day tomorrow and they're headed out on holiday vacation. It could be a really rough travel day tomorrow and into Saturday. So they have extended the tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. And kind of what I was mentioning earlier, there's a couple little lines in here that we'll have to watch for some cell interactions. None of these cells in particular are that feisty on their own, but we will keep an eye on them. Florence down to Muscle Shoals, down to Russellville, down to Phil Campbell, and then over towards Moulton, Town Creek, and Rogersville. Keep an eye on those cells there with the tornado possible tag. And then also taking a look at our storms north of the Nashville area. A couple areas of rotation still showing in these. Tornado possible tag coming towards Bowling Green. Little burst of some type of CC. Not sure exactly. It doesn't line up exactly with that area of rotation, so that one harder to call. We've had a couple that were definite unwarned tornadoes earlier today, but there are still kind of 3 areas of rotation showing up. One approaching Bowling Green, Kentucky near Blue Level, the other one near Middleton, and then the other one still riding the state line of Tennessee and Kentucky between Providence and Olinda, coming up towards Mitchellville. This middle one maybe towards Franklin. So keep an eye on those areas of rotation. At the moment, not seeing any CC with any of those. Some type of CC lowering, but it's not exactly moving with the, might be on the back end. Yeah, I think it's kind of clear air contamination on the backside of that. Maybe some small hail. I have a little darker area here. Maybe some small hail in there. But yeah, 3 areas of rotation still showing up. Did they drop the... They may have dropped that warning. All right, I'm gonna, while they drop that warning, we'll see if they had to reload. All the severe warnings just somehow dropped. I'm gonna reload the radar for a second, and then also just 6:30. Grab a bite to eat here. I'll be right back in like 5 minutes. Okay, there it goes. The radar did refresh, so there still is the tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning covering those areas in Kentucky between Bowling Green, Franklin, and I would also consider this area also near Lamont to also be kind of that tornado possible tag, and then still this area near Florence and Russellville. Kind of just a messy blob of storms right now. That one's kind of a little bit messier compared to these ones. These are more of a distinct line of gusty showers and storms with a few embedded areas of rotation. We'll see what happens when this original line that was along back closer to the cold front is going to kind of interact with the line that's developed out ahead of this. So we have kind of 2 areas of now gustier winds now kind of coming through and north of Nashville. Lightning's picked up a little bit in a couple of these cells, and when lightning picks up, that means there's a little bit generally stronger updrafts. So we'll have to see how these storms also kind of interact with each other across southern parts of Kentucky, central Kentucky, and then also into areas in Tennessee. Just clearing off a couple alerts. That way we don't get too confused here. There is, anyone that's traveling, there's a dense fog advisory along the Gulf Coast this evening, so keep an eye. Fog can be super dangerous too, so. All right, I think I cleared off enough of the things that we don't need at the moment. But yeah, this is a little interesting over here, seeing how these cells kind of interact with each other. All right, I'm going to go grab that bite to eat real quick. Okay, we're back. Got some stuff in the air fryer, so we're good to go for the evening here. Working a bunch of angles. Severe thunderstorms across the mid-south into the deeper south. Tornado watch covers parts of eastern Mississippi, northern and western Alabama until 9 p.m. Few tornadoes are possible, also damaging winds. Haven't seen any tornado warnings in the tornado watch area. We've had a couple tornado warnings today, one in southern Illinois, western Kentucky near the Paducah area. Paducah over here. And then one, I zoomed in too far, one north of St. Louis up here at the very top of your screen. That was around 11 o'clock this morning. And then we've seen a couple, I think we saw two for sure, one near Clinton and then one up here. They were actually ongoing at the same time, CC drops with some unwarned tornadoes. We saw, I think, a brief tornado near east of Mayfield. I think we saw three there. And then one east of Hopkins. I think we've had maybe 4 or 5 unwarned tornadoes today. So that's been interesting. There was also, looks like a CC drop earlier near Brussels in Illinois, right when that tornado warning expired around 11. Kind of just in this area here. Very brief. They've only been a scan or two, but I think we've seen maybe 5 or 6 tornadoes today total. So certainly not a December tornado outbreak or anything crazy, but a little bit of an uptick. If any of those actually get officially recorded by the National Weather Service, that will add to the yearly tornado totals, which it's been a very quiet second season of severe weather and of tornadoes in the fall. So this would, if we do get some of those confirmed by the National Weather Service offices, those would be the first tornadoes in at least I think in December so far this year. We're also watching blizzard conditions across Minnesota, especially portions of southern Minnesota and areas just to the southwest of the Twin Cities. We saw the highway was closed earlier at Owatonna, Minnesota, and it looks like it's open again, but not a lot of traffic, which is really good. I would advise not traveling south of the Twin Cities. So areas like Mankato, Rochester, Austin, Albert Lee, and then across into Iowa, Forest City, Mason City, Emmitsburg, and Waverly. Those are all areas where blizzard conditions are possible. We've seen, I think, blizzard conditions on the cameras a couple times, and it kind of varies. It goes from somewhat clear, like it actually kind of is right now. I can see the tree line in the distance. Earlier, you couldn't see that. And then the wind picks up, and then more wind and snow blow across the cameras and reduces the visibility, creating whiteout conditions. So, and it's variable. So right now, it looks like it's a little bit clearer. We'll see if that continues across the southern parts of Minnesota. We had fire weather across the central states, parts of Kansas, Nebraska, Oklahoma, and Missouri. Those have relaxed a little bit. The winds have died down across Kansas and some of the central states. We still have fire weather into tomorrow and through tomorrow across the front range of the Rockies. And as the system works to the east, we're now seeing a lot of the wind advisories and high wind warnings work further to the east. So 40, 50 mile an hour winds anywhere kind of in this area, gusting even 50, 55 at times. And then along the coasts and along the higher elevations of the Appalachians, we see some high wind warnings where gusts could be over 60 miles an hour. But yeah, so behind the front, it's not going to calm down. It actually, after the line of gusty showers and storms moves through, it actually gets worse at times with the gustier winds. And potentially some minor tree roof damage, that sort of things. When you get sustained gusts or sustained winds in the 40s and gusting 50, 60, you could lose a shingle or two and some tree limbs down and things like that. This warning has been going on for a little while. It continues to get extended out 47 more minutes from Florence and Muscle Shoals down through Russellville and Phil Campbell. Not seeing anything particularly feisty in this area. As far as rotation, even though it does have a tornado possible tag, and not even seeing a whole ton of wind in that area. So kind of marginally severe storms right now. Things have weakened significantly across the eastern parts of Mississippi at the moment. So not seeing a lot of strong storms there or approaching Tuscaloosa. Those storms have kind of broken up a little bit and not seeing a whole ton of wind in those. So some good news there. We did get a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning for the cell that is north of Meridian and now north of Decatur, east of Union. That one has a decent mesocyclone. We're a little further from the radar site, but there is on the back side of that some interesting area of rotation and maybe some small hail just to the east of there. Let's check that one. 40 miles an hour moving to the east. It should stay north of Meridian. But looking at this one, kind of draw an arc from basically where that area circulation is. Rock Creek and Purdue, Mississippi, right about now. And then Collinsville, about 14 minutes. Martin, 14 minutes. Pine Springs over towards Center Hill, about 20 minutes. Prismatic, about 23. That would be the same up towards Klondike and down towards Bailey. And then, let's see, areas like Herbert Springs, probably about 10 to 14 minutes if it turns a little bit more towards the north. Decent area around Beulah and Little Rock, Mississippi. Yeah, there's a decent area of circulation in here. So we'll see what that does over the next couple scans. That's actually tightened up a little bit in just a couple scans ago. So we'll keep an eye on that area. Again, just south of Rock Branch near Little Rock, Mississippi. That one is one of the stronger cells in Mississippi right now, it looks like. And then watching those storms come through Nashville, non-severe through Nashville. I think Nashville's gotten pretty lucky this evening. We haven't seen the higher winds in the Nashville area, and those circulations stayed to the north that were in the tornado possible severe thunderstorm warnings up towards Bowling Green and Franklin. Those have now moved through BG and through Franklin and approaching Scottsville, but they do seem to be on the weakening trend. And I was interested to see how those interact because this rear line that has had some of those quick spin-up tornadoes is actually starting to interact with the line that's developed out ahead of it, moving a lot slower. And we haven't had any severe warnings out of this line segment. So we'll see if any of that wind energy kind of gets transitioned to the front of this setup. That can sometimes happen. And so we may see this area here out towards Glasgow and Scottsville intensify a little bit. We'll keep an eye on that one. But otherwise, generally non-severe thunderstorms across Tennessee at the moment. And then for the most part across Kentucky, we've also seen not a whole ton of severe weather. That gusty line of showers and storms is working its way across the Louisville area, across Shepherdsville, Elizabethtown, Mammoth Cave, down towards, again, Bowling Green and Franklin. Little area of rotation near Shepherdsville. Keep an eye on that one. And then it's going to be approaching Cincinnati and Southwest Ohio in a matter of minutes across areas around Hamilton, Oxford, down towards Cincinnati. Right now approaching Brookville, down towards Carlton. Check and see if we have a better angle of this. See if we have a camera down here near Meridian that shows that area of rotation a little better. I don't know if we do. There's actually not a lot of cameras right around Meridian. Kind of weird. No. Our closest camera is to the west of that storm. And actually, that storm has moved to the west or to the east. There's around Decatur and up towards Union. You guys are clear of that tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. But areas around Purdue, down towards Duffy, Collinsville, Chamberville, Pine Springs, Bailey, Center Hill, and Shucktown, Mississippi. Keep an eye on that cell. Again, at least an area of rotation, but also some enhanced winds possible on the that little kind of flanking hook thing. We're kind of farther from the radar site, so it's a little hard to see that one. Just not seeing a lot in this warning. Let's take a look and see if we can get it from another angle that maybe shows something different. Not really. Some gusty winds. Let's look up here. Maybe some broad rotation in this little area here, but that warning just hasn't really looked that punchy. You can see the blowing snow picking up again on our camera here. This is mile marker 38.8 on I-35 northbound. And the southbound lanes are open as well as the northbound lanes, but traffic is really decreased. So I'm happy to see that a lot of people are staying off the roads as the evening picks up here. And now that we're after dark. Watch these little areas in the line where there's these little S shapes in the reflectivity. There is starting to be maybe one of the first in this part of the line segment that we've seen in a while. Little area of rotation kind of broadly down south of Columbia near Lewisburg, Tennessee. Yeah, we can see it on the Nashville camera too, or radar between Columbia and Pulaski. Keep an eye on that area. And then this severe thunderstorm warning does seem to be dying down. In fact, the tornado possible area rotation has moved away from that warning polygon, and it's also weakened quite significantly as it's running into the back of the line segment that's through Scottsville and Glasgow. So probably the end of that line segment that caused, what did I say earlier, probably about 4 or 5 little brief tornadoes. And then I think we had one up near St. Louis, north of St. Louis, near Brussels. So I think we've had maybe 5 or 6 total tornadoes today. See if any of those get confirmed. Let me see what the Storm Prediction Center, if there's any updates here from the Storm Prediction Center. Nothing. I don't see anything too crazy as far as discussions or anything. So let's see. few other people tagged on social media those unborn tornadoes, a couple of those that we did earlier. Back in Western Kentucky. So I don't see any new things, and I'm trying to check. I don't see any damage reports or anything. So that's a good news. I think they were mostly brief today, but yeah, not seeing a lot. So that's good. Had a couple new warnings pop in just in the last minute. The newest one is for some gusty winds just to the northeast of Nashville. Our first warning in Tennessee, I think, tonight. Yeah, and it's for the line that's catching it, and also there's a line in here. So two kind of line segments. Let's see if they kind of merge together, but right over the radar site, so getting some good readings for some gustier winds. Yeah, 60 mile an hour winds, probably pretty easy in here near Hendersonville, Twin Valley, Old Hickory, up towards Scottish Highlands, Bluegrass Meadows, and out towards Gallatin. They've dropped the severe warnings east of Bowling Green, Kentucky, so that's good to see. See if any of that line segment gets kind of reinvigorated. And then further south, new warning here for extreme northern parts of Alabama. They also dropped that tornado possible tag. So 60 mile an hour winds, maybe some small hail around Killeen, Lexington, Rogersville, over towards Elkmont and Ardmore. See if this gets close to the Huntsville area, if that continues to progress eastward. Still just a mess of storms from Florence down towards Phil Campbell. I'm just not seeing a lot in there. And I've looked for a couple different radar perspectives and just don't see a whole ton in those storms. Some gustier showers and rumbles of thunder between Tuscaloosa and Columbus. Those seem to be dying down a little bit. Looking at some storms south there towards Verona and Tupelo. Another kind of line of gusty showers rolling through right now. This one has been an interesting one. It's shown some tighter rotation at times, especially when it's back here between Decatur and Union. Let's take a look at that again. Yeah, still showing some rotation in here, but not quite as tight as it was. It's broadened out a little bit, but it's crossing areas around Duffy, Chambersville, Collinsville, Mississippi, up towards Martin, Center Hill. It's staying north of Meridian, so pretty punchy storm. 60 mile an hour wind gusts, and then a tornado possible. Not seeing a lot of hail in these storms down here in Mississippi and Alabama. We're also seeing an arc of gusty showers that have kind of developed from Forest all the way down towards Woodville. That's back closer to the cold front. Let's do a little live meteorology. I actually haven't done this much today because we've actually been pretty busy tracking some stronger storms and a couple unwarned tornado signatures. But let's go check and see the wind directions. So yeah, this looks like it's basically right on um, the front, right about there. That's going to be our cold front. Somewhere up like that, we have winds that are coming out of the west-northwest for all of this area across basically the Mississippi River, a little more westerly across Jackson and Natchez right now, but you can see here out ahead of that, we have southwesterly winds, southerly winds out of Tuscaloosa and Birmingham, and also still just out ahead of it, Starkville, Columbus, and West Point. So that really shows you where that frontal boundary is. So these showers are, again, right along the front, back here towards Tupelo. So that's why they're not severe. The front is likely undercutting them. So we're seeing that basically cross our camera right now. Oh, there's a good shot of lightning there. There's not a lot of lightning with these. But yeah, it's likely the front is probably just somewhere right along there. So it's undercutting these showers and storms with the cooler air. Tupelo has a northwest wind at 14, gusting to 33, and it's 60 degrees in Tupelo. Aberdeen has a southwest wind at 13, and it's 64. So, and then let's see, Oxford down to 52. So it does decrease pretty quickly. Now down to 51 in Memphis, 50 in Union City. And that looks to be basically true across this area here as well. Let's see. Pulaski sitting at 61 and a south wind. Hardin City at 54 and a northwest wind. So yeah, that front extends from Tupelo, looks like up maybe just through Florence and then up towards Columbia, Tennessee. So anywhere out ahead of that front, that's where you can get some of that severe weather. And then, yeah, we're seeing this line extend right along the front, basically west of Nashville. It is in 54 with a northwest wind at Nashville on the Tune Airport. And then at the Nashville International, it's 60 with a southwest wind. So the front is cutting across Nashville as we speak. Clear out the warnings and kind of show you that. That's kind of the overall pattern. We have the low pressure up here in the Great Lakes, trailing a cold front down into the Mississippi Valley, and even a little secondary cold front back here. That'll be the more of the Arctic air mass behind that. But cool, dry air basically filtering in behind it, and a bit of a warm sector kind of out in front. So that's why we've had a little bit of severe weather tonight. The most concerning storm right now with the tornado possible tag is this one that's north of Meridian at Mississippi. It has broadened some and also looks like it's weakening a little bit. So that's a good sign there. All right, I hear my food beeping. That's weird. The radar didn't load. Sorry about that. I grabbed my food from the air fryer and got a non-sponsored, but another drink. Oops. And we're going to continue going here. Let's see. I don't think we've had anything crazy happen. Since it hasn't been a super widespread severe weather outbreak, I stepped away a little bit a couple times this stream, but we haven't had anything too crazy. Lawrence, Colbert, and Franklin counties in Alabama. Severe thunderstorm tornado possible tag with 60-mile-an-hour winds expires in 15 minutes. Truesdale, Wilson, and Sumner, Tennessee. Severe thunderstorm, 60-mile-an-hour winds. That goes for another 30 minutes. Limestone, Lawrence, Colbert, and Lauderdale counties. Severe thunderstorm warning for another 45 minutes. They've dropped the tornado possible tag. That's across that area now east of Florence. And then Lauderdale and Kemper counties in Mississippi. Still a tornado possible tag. That got re-upped another 45 minutes and also moved to the east. This is one of our stronger storms of the last few minutes. Although it's not looking quite as impressive as it did earlier, but areas around Lockhart, Lauderdale, and just areas around Kemper Springs, and the storm itself is back here towards Center Hill and Daleville. Still has some circulation to it, but it's not as feisty as that was earlier. And then right along the cold front, or just ahead of the cold front, we have a line of showers, maybe a rumble of thunder, but nothing severe in southern Mississippi. It's really that one. Slight bit of a radar hole into that part of Mississippi, but let's see if we can get it from a different angle. Yeah, really hard to see what's going on in that little storm, but maybe some gustier winds in there too. Otherwise, let's go back up to the northern parts of Alabama. That's where we do have our tornado possible tag south and east of Florence and Muscle Shoals. Areas around Russellville, Phil Campbell, just south of there towards Hackleburg. That's a decent cell. Not showing a lot of rotation with it, but maybe some small hail, gusty winds in there coming towards Bear Creek and Haleyville. And then that'll continue over towards the Bankhead National Forest. We also have those storms up here towards the Alabama and Tennessee state line towards Elkmont and Rogersville and Elkmont. Strong, but not severe in terms of the tornadoes. So we haven't really had any warnings and really much in the way of rotation, at least showing up in these cells in our watch area. That's a cool look with the front passing through the Tupelo Metro. Let's grab that shot. You can really see those clouds rushing in from the west-northwest, illuminated by some of the lights, but some of the city lights there. This is in the Tupelo, Verona area. But these low clouds, the left is to the east and the right is to the west. So we're looking south. And yeah, you can really see those clouds streaming in. Pretty fast movement to those. That is the cold front showing up as those stream in from the west-northwest. That's a really cool look. All right, pop that there. Okay. Let's go back up and look at our blizzard conditions. Still a really tricky travel. And I'll take this and we'll take a closer look at this here in a second. Thanks to Minnesota 511 there. You can see the roads look clear, but earlier when it was light out, you can see they did have some slick spots So they look clear, but there is blowing snow. You can see that across the lights as the cars approach, and some slick spots, especially along the shoulders. But traffic is moving kind of slow and steady along 35, and yeah, you can really see that blowing snow coming down the highway there. The flashers are on for a lot of the traffic, so yeah, people are taking it slow and steady. And this was a different view earlier as the sun was setting. They had the southbound 35 closed for quite a while due to the low visibility and the blowing snow, and that has since reopened. But it is good news, we're not seeing the traffic like I think we normally would at this point in the evening on a Thursday and before a busy holiday travel weekend. It's just the traffic is lighter, and I see a lot of truck traffic, and I don't see a lot of like private cars. There was one. But yeah, look at that. Like the whole I-35 is traffic free right now. So I think people are taking it slow and steady, which is really good. I wouldn't recommend traveling south of Minneapolis right now. And that's where we do have our blizzard warnings in the red. These are all blizzard warnings across southern parts of Minnesota, Mankato, Rochester, Austin, Albert Lee, and then into northern parts of Iowa, Emmitsburg, Forest City, Mason City, Charles City, and Waverly, just north of Waterloo, a bigger city in Iowa. We have winter storm or winter weather advisories cover most of the rest of Minnesota, most of northern Wisconsin, and now the western sides of Michigan and all of the UP for more snow. But yeah, it's a nasty night across Minnesota. It looks like the heavier bands of snow are starting to wind down a little bit, but with the gusty winds out of the northwest, the snow can be blowing, and we have ground blizzard conditions potentially across those areas, through the evening. So we'll see. Yeah, the blizzard warnings go until 10 p.m. It'll be interesting to see if those get extended or not. I wouldn't be surprised if at least some of that gets extended. And then, yeah, snow picking up around La Crosse into western Wisconsin. There could even be some isolated pockets of blizzard conditions there with gusts above 50, and a couple inches of snow are potentially possible. The other thing is parts of this area in the Corn Belt and even into southern Minnesota today, early this morning had rain and above freezing temperatures, especially across eastern Iowa. That squall line situation that's worked through now into parts of the Great Lakes came through there early this morning. So since then, things have gotten a lot colder, below freezing, and really dropped 20, 25 degrees over the day today. So we are worried about flash freezing, and that's why there's hazards up. Winter storm warning across much of northern Iowa into northwest Illinois for those flash freezing and additional snow accumulations, an inch or two maybe. Let's go back and look at our never really got situated from the dinner break, but let's get this moved over a little bit. Okay, let's look in here. This line is now working east of Nashville, non-severe through Tennessee right now. They dropped that severe thunderstorm warning east of Nashville. Not seeing a whole ton in here. Let's take a look at the winds. There still, I think, are some gusts 40 to 50 coming through Lebanon, down towards Smyrna, Gladeville, east of Nashville now. And then some broader rotation in here near Chapel Hill, but we'll keep an eye on that. This newest area here, 60-mile-an-hour winds and a tornado possible tag across southern Tennessee. That includes Moore, Lincoln, and Franklin counties in middle Tennessee until 8:30 p.m. Severe thunderstorm located near Lewisburg, Ardmore, and Lexington, moving east at 35. They have labeled a tornado possible tag. There is a little rotation in here. but it's kind of broad at the moment. It's another one of those areas, like I said earlier, we see that S shape in the line. That is where there's a little bit of rotation there, winds going away from the radar and then surging out on the south side of that towards the radar. Our radar out of High Top, Alabama. So, yeah, it's there. We'll see if it tightens up. Right now, not too threatening. More worried about the line of stronger damaging winds coming towards that area. And that would affect Ardmore right on the state line as well. Fayetteville, Park City, Lynchburg, Estill Springs, Winchester, Cowan, and Huntland are all in that new warning polygon in southern Middle Tennessee. There's a look at that. Drawing tool has been a little weird there. Petersburg, about 11 minutes. Fayetteville and Park City, about 20. Lynchburg, 30. And then Winchester and Estill Springs, about 50 minutes. If it holds out, Sewanee, about an hour. So, and it probably will at, I don't know if it'll hold out at severe strength, but this line is probably going to work its way across this entire warning polygon. So some type of thunderstorm and gusty winds are likely headed across that whole area in the next hour or so. Had at times some spins offshore. Special marine warning continues out in Appalachia Bay, but let's see. Yeah, capable of producing waterspout. None of that has really come ashore on the Florida Panhandle this afternoon or evening, so that's been a good note down there. I was just checking to see if any more storms were developing in southern Alabama, and I don't see any at the moment. So most of our activity is up here in this watch area. Still a severe thunderstorm continuing another 30 minutes for Lauderdale County. That includes Lockhart, Lauderdale, Tomola, Enandale, and Kemper Springs. A bit of rotation, but this is backed off quite significantly. So I wouldn't even be surprised if they cancel that warning beforehand. Maybe a stronger storm building up near Aliceville. We'll keep an eye on that one as it slides towards Tuscaloosa. Nothing threatening there at the moment, but just one to watch. Our concentration of severe weather right now seems to be in this area. Northern Alabama, extreme southern parts of Middle Tennessee. And yeah, that severe weather is through the Nashville area. So that's a good sign. Still seeing some rotation in here near Chapel Hill. So we'll keep an eye on that area. That would be coming towards Murfreesboro. And then some stronger winds, 40, 50, pushing through Lebanon, Smyrna. There's another little dog leg right in here. That one is, you can keep an eye on it too. But yeah, if there was a little more instability, I think we'd be dealing with a more interesting situation for severe weather and QLCS tornadoes and all kinds of hazards. But right now, things are starting to calm down a little bit as we get into the 7:30 hour in the central time zone, pushing into 8:30 Eastern. And those storms strong but sub-severe, working through areas here into Tennessee and Kentucky. Gusts up to 50, I think, is going to be a pretty common one. That's Georgetown, Frankfort, Lexington, Lawrenceburg, down through Campbellsville, Kentucky, and then all the way down through Columbia, Tompkinsville, Scottsville, and then they haven't extended that polygon for the special weather statement, but I think there's probably 40 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts in this whole line segment approaching Murfreesboro and Carthage, coming through Lebanon right now. Yeah, here's a look at one of our other cameras out of the Minnesota 511. And this is out of the airport road at the Minneapolis St. Paul airport. Normally, you could see more of the St. Paul skyline from this camera, but maybe a little bit in the distance. Snow has definitely decreased in the intensity. I think we are seeing a little bit more on the horizon across the this area, but the roads you can see are mostly covered. There's some patches where it's a little better, but then there's also some patches where it's worse. And this is a well-traveled area right off the terminal exit. So if this is the heavily traveled exit off the terminal, other roads in the area are not going to be as nice. Okay, we've upped the warning here. Tornado possible, 70-mile-an-hour wind, considerable threat. This is the first considerable threat tag that we've had today. It's for this kind of messy area of storms, but I guess there is some pretty strong winds. We're kind of in a little bit of a radar hole. It's kind of where all these little storms and the line of storms back towards the front are kind of interacting with each other. So it's an interesting warning. It's been kind of hard to really detect what's going on in those storms, since there is a bit of a radar hole in that area. Southern Limestone County, southeastern Colbert, eastern Franklin, Morgan, and Lawrence counties, all in northwest Alabama. From 6 miles west of Tanner to 6 miles southwest of Trinity to 7 miles more north of Needmore. It's moving east at 40, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. A wind gust of 62 was reported at Muscle Shoals. Okay. See if it organizes a little bit. It is organizing a little bit more than it was earlier, especially this area right back along the front. Yeah, you can kind of see it showing up a little bit in the velocity scans. So it's this area here that's going to be working through. And still that tornado possible tag. We'll keep an eye on this area near Petersburg and approaching Fayetteville, Tennessee. Let's take a look. And it was 40. Yeah, east at 40. You're going to get storms before this. I'm going to kind of trace out the line. Drawing tools acting up a little today. Yeah, I'm going to trace out this line of stronger winds. There it goes. So that's going to put it Decatur about 37 minutes. Athens about 39, maybe a little less. Hatton 12 minutes. Moulton 23. Falkville and Hartselle about 45 to 50 minutes. If it really holds together, about 60, about an hour and 10 minutes to Huntsville. And maybe about 20 minutes to Moulton, 10 to 12 minutes to Hatton. Not seeing any CC drop on this area of rotation that's noted for the tornado possible tag. It's kind of broad at the moment, but we do see the winds going away from the radar here and surging towards the radar. It's approaching areas like Petersburg. It's actually kind of right on the edge of the warning polygon. It's going to push north of Fayetteville. Maybe head over towards Lynchburg. Lynchburg, Tullahoma, Petersburg. Keep an eye on that area of rotation. And actually, let's just scope that out. We'll just, for that part of the storm in particular, the whole rest of this storm is severe warned. But as far as that tornado possible section, Petersburg about 3 minutes, Lynchburg 22, Tullahoma about 35, and Estill Springs about 41 minutes. So keep an eye on that area if you're in this area of the warning polygon. It's a little bit more of a feisty section. From there south, it's more of a damaging wind threat. That'll push through Park City, Fayetteville, Winchester, Cowan, Huntland, and Sewanee. Strong storms coming through Murfreesboro right now. It's a little area of rotation there. Just want to take a look at that one. Nothing too feisty there, but some 50, 60 mile an hour winds are certainly possible along this line segment. Yeah, see our camera here has decreased. I don't see those city lights in the distance as much anymore. So it looks like another band of snow maybe working across this area. This area in southern Minnesota is still not looking great. There actually seems to be a little more traffic right now, so that's not great. But yeah, you can still see the blowing snow. Visibility has come up a little bit since we started looking at this camera. This is at milepost 38 in southern Minnesota. It's kind of bobbling up and down a little bit, so there is some gustier winds in this area too. Our storm that I was looking at near Aliceville has come up a little bit, and there is some rotation now showing on that storm. It is a little bit more sheared than it was earlier. We can kind of see it's this little kind of sickle shrimp shape with a little bit of an appendage down here, and there is some rotation showing south of Aliceville. This now also has a special weather statement for that area. Torrential rain, localized flooding, gusty winds up to 40. It's also moving pretty quick at 50 miles an hour to the east. Let's get a read on this one. I don't know if it's fully moving at 50 miles an hour, but it could be close to that. I was also going to look and see if model data picks up on anything else here. So the model data does kind of consolidate that line up into Tennessee and Kentucky from the rear line as it moved into the other one, kind of into one line segment from basically central Ohio down through Kentucky and middle Tennessee before things should start to weaken, but there's going to be some gusty winds along that line all the way through the evening and overnight, and even into tomorrow. That line will approach the New York City area around 6, 7, 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, with some showers and thunderstorms out ahead of that. And potential for some stronger storms again on the very eastern parts of North Carolina, maybe into southeast Virginia, like Virginia Beach and Norfolk, between 1 and 4 a.m. That's the other marginal risk area. Otherwise, yeah, the models, the latest HRRR does not break a lot of storms out into southern parts of Alabama or southern parts of Mississippi, other than that trailing kind of line of showers that we've seen. This is definitely coming up just as I'm talking here. Winds going away from the radar towards the radar between Aliceville and Pleasant Ridge. Nothing on correlation coefficient yet, but we may get our first warning, tornado warning in this whole watch area. And I want to just bring this out at 50 miles an hour. Let's bump that up to the 50. About 37 to 40 minutes to the Tuscaloosa area. So we will keep our eye on that as it works its way across areas around Morrow's Grove, about 5 minutes. Benevola, 8. Pleasant Grove, about 12. Romulus, about 23. And then, yeah, 30 to 40 minutes into the Tuscaloosa metro, if that one holds together. Sometimes a strengthening storm makes a little bit more of a right turn, so I just wanted to get a few more areas in here, south sides of Tuscaloosa, just to check those areas out. Eaglewood, about 35 minutes. Duncanville, about 45. Shadowwood and Ralph, about 20 minutes. And then if it really starts to hook to the right, Lewiston, about 5 minutes from now. Snotty, about 14 minutes. So just a little wider view of things. Wouldn't be surprised if that gets, that's getting a little more vigorous there. That is certainly an intensifying area of rotation right there. They've dropped the severe thunderstorm warning on that cell that passed north of Meridian. That has weakened significantly, but this storm is definitely uptrended a bit in this little cluster of showers and storms, and you can kind of see that. There's not a lot of lightning with these, but this cell in particular has a decent amount of lightning. Go back up and take a look at our northern severe warnings, and we're looking at that little area of rotation near Petersburg. Not seeing anything in there as far as the CC, so good sign there. Let me just back this up and just make sure we didn't miss anything. Yeah, I don't see anything that came across that particular area there. Still watching it, you can kind of see it does have that S-shape look to it. It's one of those kind of dog legs in the line, and that's where you see a little more inflow right in there. It's just north and east of Petersburg and Belleville, approaching Lynchburg and Tullahoma. The other part of this line from Town Creek, Moulton, down to Hartselle, Decatur, Alabama, all has a considerable threat and a tornado possible tag. Not seeing a lot of rotation in here. It's mostly just a damaging wind threat, and it's kind of messy overall, but that is making its way towards Moulton, Decatur, and we'll see if that gets towards the Huntsville metro in the next 45 minutes to an hour. Some of that is already working through Athens and headed towards Capshaw and Oakland, so it's cross 65 now with some of those stronger storms. So that will be making its way closer to the Huntsville area in the next few minutes. Let's get a read on this. Pretty consistent at 45 today. About 20 minutes to the Huntsville metro, if that holds together. Hazel Green, 24 minutes. Gurley, about 35. And over here at the radar, about an hour to High Top. This area here seems to be surging out a little bit near Christiana, Tennessee, approaching McMinnville. So we'll keep an eye on this one for a bit of a surge in wind coming down towards New Union, Morrison, maybe Manchester. This is south of Murfreesboro now. A little bit of rotation in there. Let's check that from earlier. Yeah, there is still a little area of rotation near Kittrell. Not seeing anything on this correlation coefficient, but yeah, that is one to watch. That has tightened up a little bit. That is one to watch as it's come across the Murfreesboro area. Kind of broader rotation. Not even rotation, but it's kind of notching. That definitely has tightened up. So we'll see about that one. Reedyville. It's coming down the John Bragg Highway. Reedyville towards Woodbury. And let's get a read on this one. We'll take that out towards the south and east. Woodbury, about 11 minutes. Reedyville, 4 minutes or less. And then out here towards Stewart Chapel, about 25 minutes. And 37 to McMinnville. May go north of McMinnville, but 37 towards that area north of McMinnville. That is definitely one to watch. Right over Kittrell. They are going to extend that tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning out through the Huntsville area, northwestern Jackson, Madison, and eastern Limestone counties. It's moving east at 45. A line extending from near Ardmore to near Madison to near Tanner. Yeah. This is organized a little bit. It's not as chaotic as it looked earlier. It's kind of merged into more of a organized line segment a little bit. So yeah, Capshaw, about 5 minutes or less. Madison, 13. Downtown Huntsville, about 20 minutes. But yeah, we are seeing the wind energy has come down a little bit. Still a tornado possible tag. Not seeing a lot of defined areas of rotation with this area. I think it's more of a damaging wind threat at the moment. In this line segment, that's everywhere from basically Decatur up through Ardmore and then east towards High Top. So if you're in that northern Huntsville metro area in northern Alabama, definitely want to be in a sturdy structure if you can, away from windows, away from skylights. And certainly there's a lot of wooded areas. If you live in an area that has a lot of tall trees, you need to treat damaging wind situations a little bit more intently, more like a tornado on a lower level into your room, because big trees can do a lot of damage and also a lot of injuries. Still watching this area of tornado possible rotation coming towards Tullahoma. Looks like it's going to go north of Lynchburg in Tennessee. It stayed kind of broad and steady. And then, yeah, this area has tightened up a little bit to south of Murfreesboro. That is a interesting area here near Big Spring Road, just to the north of Beech Grove, coming towards Hollow Springs, Parker Hill, McMahon. There's been two areas. The one near Cottrell has backed off a little bit, but this one, you can really see it even on the velocity scan, kind of funneling in there, and then a surge on the southern flank of that. So a couple areas of rotation still in this line segment. That means I kind of want to do a bit broader of a... So yeah, still about 30 minutes to McMinnville, but I did broaden it out since there's been a couple areas of rotation along this line segment. About 23 to Morrison, and about 10 minutes to Woodbury. A couple areas of interesting rotations in that line segment in Middle Tennessee. Yeah, that shows on the high top radar too, where the winds are kind of spiraling into this point and then surging out. So that's not great that it shows up on the farther radar. We'll see what it shows again on the next radar scan, but that's an interesting area. And then all the way down here, I want to go back to our storm near Aliceville. This had an interesting area of rotation, still kind of does. Not quite as punchy as it was, but in here near Aliceville and just to the east of Aliceville, not a lot of communities out here. I got to really zoom in to take a look at these. Morrow's Grove and Lewiston. This area of rotation is just north of you guys. It's along County Highway 156. And that would be about, let's see, about 11 to 12 miles east-southeast of Aliceville in Alabama. That has broadened some, so that's a good sign there. I still want to continue to track this as it heads generally towards the Tuscaloosa area. About 30 minutes, but it was moving at 50. Yeah, about 30 minutes to Tuscaloosa. And then points south there towards Eaglewood, still about 30 minutes. Back towards Foster's and Romulus, about 15 to 17 minutes. Keep an eye on that one very closely as it's getting into a little more populated area near Tuscaloosa. Yeah, it's still in here. That area of rotation that was tornado possible north of Lynchburg has weakened some. More of the damaging winds, though, coming through Fayetteville, Lynchburg, Park City, and then I'll be headed over towards Winchester and Lynchburg and Estelle Springs. We're getting a new scan into these areas. This is around one of our favorite cities, around Fudge Around, Tennessee. Also, Big Springs and Bradyville. We'll see if that has tightened or weakened. Still looking at some really gusty winds on this camera. This is in our blizzard area into Minnesota. Let's pull that up real quick. You can see the camera shaking. Yeah, pretty interesting. You can see it shaking. You can see the winds blowing across the screen too. And yeah, on our Mississippi cameras, you can see the clouds starting to filter in. This is an interesting area near Fudge Around. Not seeing a correlation coefficient drop. There's actually a hail spike or something weird going on with the radar right there. But there is an embedded circulation. I can see it on the reflectivity too. There's a little bit of a weak echo region there. And there may be a bit of a hail spike right there. And then it kind of notches around. If you look at it, kind of goes like this. And that is our area of rotation right in there. Hey, Chipmunk, how's it going today? Dayton, Ohio. We'll check you guys out here in a minute. Concerned about this. We may have a tornado developing around Middle Tennessee right now. But let's take a look at Dayton. You guys may be dealing with those gusty winds. I haven't looked at the... It's not a tornado threat anywhere really north of the Ohio River. But yeah, right now in Dayton... If this was a warm season event, there would probably be QLCS tornadoes all over this area. I said that earlier too, for Indiana. There's little dog legs in here on the line segment, but nothing, there's just not enough instability up here for anything really sustained. But once this line clears your location, your specific location, the severe threat is gone. Now there is gusty winds, gusting 40 to 50 mile an hour, all back through Indiana. Wind advisory tonight, that'll be into western Ohio as well. Wind sustained 15 to 25, I'd even say like 30, with gust 45 to 50. So you'll get gusty winds, but once this line clears you, your severe threat is over. So you don't have to tell me where, but depending on which side of Dayton you live on, you may have a brief severe threat. If you're out here towards Trotwood or Brookville, you're good to go. If you're out here towards the Air Force Base or Xenia, again, probably not a really severe weather, but you're going to get a line of gusty winds coming through pretty quickly. And yeah, there technically are little areas of rotation, but I haven't seen any indications of low-level on-the-ground circulations in Ohio. There's just not enough instability yet, I don't think, up there. area around Bradyville, Parker Hill, still showing rotation, but it's backed off a little bit too. We're not seeing a long-lived, tornado setup. We're not seeing those long track kind of circulations. Let's look at Huntsville. Huntsville, you're about to get into the heavier storms here in just a few minutes. Yeah, these are knocking on the door of Huntsville. 7 to 10 minutes to downtown. Same for Hazel Green, about 5 to 10 minutes. And then out towards Pleasant Grove, about 30 minutes. Rotation is also backed off on this storm approaching Tuscaloosa. Earlier, it had decent rotation in it for a couple scans as it was south of Aliceville, but that has since backed off. It's broad now. Still see some broad greens and reds going away from the radar, but that one is backed off. It's still, keep an eye on it if you're in the Tuscaloosa area, but some good news there for Tuscaloosa. And let's look down towards Meridian. There's a couple areas of rotation also in there near Tumsuba. Special weather statement for that storm. Otherwise, that's the cold front right there. This one for the live streams, this is Radar Omega. And I believe they have, I don't have any deals for it, but I think they're having a holiday sale. I don't get a cut or anything from it, so it's a good one. It has a lot of different features. There's a couple different paid subscription levels, so you can find a subscription level that that is good for you. And then I have a couple customized kind of color charts and things. So it may look a little different if you get it right out of the box. And then these all should come with it. That's the correlation coefficient. Looking at velocity and then looking at the reflectivity. Appears like the cold front is just about to enter Ohio. Just looking at the wind directions, north and northwest winds in Louisville, Indianapolis, and then west winds around Richmond. So the cold fronts are kind of right in there. It looks like Dayton still has a south wind. Southeast wind over Columbus right now. So yeah, this line is of squally weather is kind of right along and ahead of the cold front. This area has intensified. This line segment in Middle Tennessee definitely showing a little more prominent features, which is that's going to continue. I think the severe threat, at least through the southern parts of Middle Tennessee, through the evening. I wouldn't even be surprised if this gets towards the Chattanooga area with some pretty strong to severe storms. If that holds together, about 73 minutes to the Chattanooga area. And that's at the 50 miles an hour that it's being warned for right now. So that is something to pay attention to if you live in southern Tennessee across this evening. Good news is some of those little areas of rotation that were tornado possible seem to have backed off. We have been today. I don't know. I don't know if we've been kind of going back and forth between the severe weather and then the blizzards. We've had some real interesting looks at the blizzard in Minnesota this evening. So if you have times after we're done with the live stream, you can check it out. The highway was closed in Minnesota. I-35, major highway through Minnesota, was closed earlier. We had the plows and police were blocking off the highway. Almost saw a wreck. Someone almost slammed into a plow on our live stream. They stopped suddenly and looked real stupid for a little bit. But yeah, we've been covering kind of both sides, the severe threat and then the blizzard threat. It's a little harder to cover just because some of this actually isn't even snowfall. So when I go to the radar and switch over to the winter weather radar, there's actually not a lot of snow with this right now. The snow bands are kind of coming through, the back edge of it is coming through Minneapolis. But down here, some of this evening is a ground blizzard with the northwest winds, and the light snow that already fell through the day is just blowing snow across the highways and across the ground. But still some accumulating snowfall across Minneapolis and across southeast parts of Minnesota. And that's going to extend out into parts of Wisconsin here this evening. Oh, let me see. That might be one I can clip out too. I might repost that one. Let me find it. Let me see if I find it real quick. We had real early in the stream, we had a couple unwarned tornadoes. That was about 4 o'clock in the central time zone. So if you're in Dayton, about 5 o'clock Eastern, we had a couple unwarned tornadoes too. Clear debris signatures on the correlation coefficient that lined up with the velocity couplets. Oh, let's see. Let me see if I can find it real quick. You know what I need to do? I need to, next live stream, I need to actually keep a piece of paper next to me and do some live timestamps for finding stuff like that. Can I find it live? It's probably around the 5 o'clock, 5:30 Central Time, so about 6:30 in the Eastern Time Zone. I'm having trouble getting back to it in my own stream for some reason. Yeah, the near crash. I'd say about 5:30 because it was right before it got dark. I don't know how that person didn't see it because it was literally they had the whole highway was blocked off with police and the plows, and they all had flashing lights. Like the plows have flashing lights and the police do, and they had all lanes blocked off. I'm guessing someone was on their phone because they must have just been looking down and cruise controlling. I'm struggling to find it right now. YouTube on my phone is being real weird. All right, I'll try and pull it up in a little bit. That's weird. All right. Well, yeah, we do have, and this could continue a little bit through the evening, even into Wisconsin. Wouldn't be surprised if we see some isolated blizzard conditions around La Crosse and portions of southwest parts of Wisconsin. But it's not a big snow blizzard. It's not like feet of snow are piling up over here. Yeah, I will. I'll have to do that. Maybe turn it into some type of like winter driving safety clip. Check our Dayton area again. So downtown Dayton, you're clear of any severe weather. Again, you could have gusty winds later tonight, but this is all going to be east of I-75 now, towards Xenia and up towards Springfield. Okay, hold on. YouTube is working on my phone again, so let me see if I can find it. Might have to. Oh, let me see. I think I'm almost close to it. Yeah, I'll just have to kind of clip it out. I gotta find, because it wasn't very long. It was only like a couple seconds, obviously. But that's generally what it looked like earlier on 35. They had a team of plows and police vehicles blocking the entire I-35 and directing people off to the exit there. And then they even brought more plows in, and you can kind of see earlier, like people were slowing down and exiting off the highway. But then the one guy came up on the left lane in the fast lane and is almost smacked into the, where is it? It would have been that plow right there. They almost smacked into the back side of that plow, but I'll find the clip later and we'll clip it out. Because yeah, it was one of those moments where I was like, oh my God. And so, yeah, not great. Did you get any gusty winds there, Chipmunk, in the Dayton area? Nothing severe, but did you maybe hear the wind or anything gusting as this line passed? Let's see right now. Oh, it's gusting still at a 30. Yeah, that's about right. I would say it's probably close to 50-mile-an-hour gusts at points, really all along this line. But you're going to get gusty wind behind the line too, just not severe storms. But let's see. Indianapolis still at 17. Some of the wind has come down a little bit. That's good. Yeah, I think there's probably 40 to 50-mile-an-hour winds along this line segment. The Louisville National Weather Service office has basically flagged this whole line segment for 50-mile-an-hour winds. I'm surprised not many of the other National Weather Service offices have flagged it with special weather statements. I think that's the way to go. And yeah, there's been little areas of rotation at times too. Haven't seen a tornado warning in a while. If this was a higher instability day, there could have been a legit tornado outbreak if there was more instability with this system, but the instability has stayed relatively to the south. Yeah, if it was one of those systems that pulled a bunch of instability into the Ohio Valley, we could have had one of those like late December kind of tornado outbreaks, but luckily did not happen. The ingredients did not come together. Take a look at this cell. This was the one that was a special weather statement for a little while. There is a little still wind in here, but it's going to pass south of downtown Tuscaloosa. So good sign there. These storms have been behaving themselves for the most part between Meridian and Tuscaloosa. Actually, we'll see. Let me see if it's up here. If there's any mesoscale discussions. Earlier supercells have diminished, but one is still ongoing in Newton County, Mississippi. East central Mississippi, western Alabama, primarily near-term tornado threat. Okay. So probably not going to extend any more watches to the east, is what that kind of, what I read out of that. But tornado watch still continues another 40 minutes or so. That's 8 o'clock. That's 9 o'clock in the Eastern time zone. Or sorry, 9 o'clock in the Central time zone and 10 o'clock Eastern. But so far, we actually haven't had any tornado warnings in our tornado watch. And let's see, all of Mississippi has been canceled and dropped from that watch area. So we are good to go for severe weather. Meridian, up towards Columbus and Starkville, and up towards Tupelo. Good to go for the evening. Some gusty winds along and behind that front, gusting to 35, but much better evening. Still do have some chances at some severe weather from Huntsville down to the areas north and west of Birmingham. Let's see some other areas that we can clear out. Nashville, you guys are okay. Jackson, Memphis, we got through storms earlier with you. Columbus, Murfreesboro, Lebanon, just some rain. You guys are all good to go for severe weather. Severe weather could be possible still here in Middle Tennessee from Chattanooga up to Cookville. Oh, what made me get into weather? I can't really think of like one major event that really got me into the weather, but certainly some of the larger tornado outbreaks in the earlier 2000s and stuff made me like think about it more. But luckily I didn't have to like live through those. I was watching. Ooh, McMinnville, keep an eye on this cell. Couple of really big winter storms when I was growing up with like feet of snow, so that was always cool to get like actually off school. But I don't know, some people have like a specific event that got them into weather, whether it was like a tornado or a severe thunderstorm or a derecho or a blizzard. I really can't think of a specific one. What about you? What made you get into the weather? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was a scary night. I think I was watching something, Weather Channel or something, and I saw the tornado warning and I was tracking that on my phone. It was before like I had some of the stuff to get streaming, but I was tracking it on my phone and reposting and tweeting about it and stuff, and then watching from, I think I tuned into one of the local TV stations out of Dayton and was watching the live coverage from the local news meteorologist, and that was scary because I know people in Dayton and have friends that live there, and it was a big tornado at night. Yeah, that one was scary. Keeping an eye on this little area rotation. We've had these rotations kind of flare up and tighten up very briefly, and then they go away. So that's been one of the reasons why we haven't seen a lot of tornado warnings tonight, is because they haven't sustained themselves long enough to really develop the low-level circulation. But this one's a little tighter. This is near Morrison, coming up towards McMinnville. That one has some type of hail contamination or something going on right there. Something's messing with the CC right there, so I can't even really get a good look into that storm. But it would be right in here. Not seeing a CC drop on it, but that's an interesting area of rotation. Severe storms through the Huntsville area now. They're going to be east sides of Huntsville towards Newmarket, down towards Owens Crossroads. Some broad area of wind and rotation south of Huntsville in this little area right here. Was that the same year that Nashville had a pretty sizable tornado too? I want to say. I can look that up. I think they were pretty close in time to each other too. No, Nashville had a tornado in 2020 in March. And then when was the Dayton one? The Dayton one was in May. So, okay. So about a year apart. But yeah, that was a bit of a streak there in 2019 and 2020 when we had some sizable tornadoes going through some really populated areas. Pretty strong storms coming through that area. Take a look at this little area. Still some rotation in this tornado possible tag north of Bruner Crossing and Winchester. North of Winchester, that's an interesting one. A little bit of a notch in here. Keep an eye on that one. And then I want to check that other area. There's just these weird little embedded circulations, and they broaden out. They broaden out so quickly. But it's still showing in here near McMinnville. Let's take a look. Not seeing anything on CC, so good news there. We've seen, I don't know, 3 or 4 unwarned tornadoes today. Probably will clip those out later. Keep an eye on that area right there. Wouldn't be surprised if they extend this warning here for the severe thunderstorm tornado possible. If they do, let's see, at 45 miles an hour. It's going to be over towards Mont Eagle in about 15 minutes. Tracy City 23, and Griffin Creek about 37 minutes. That's a pretty nasty cell right there. And we're getting close to the radar, so we're getting a better picture of these storms as they approach the radar too. Let's take a look here. Newmarket, seeing 60-mile-an-hour winds, even a little higher potentially, 60 to 65, I would say, in this area of the storm. Yeah, it's being warned for 60, but oh, it just went away a little bit. Yeah, 60, 65 is a potential in here with right along the state line between Alabama and Tennessee. And then further south, we do have a pretty nasty line of storms south of Huntsville. That's in the 45 to 50 mile an hour range, even closer to 60 at some points down there. But yeah, this line is through Huntsville, so that's the good news there. And then further south, things have backed off quite a bit in parts of southern or south central parts of Alabama. I guess like central, the southern part of this watch polygon. Interesting. I think the models have pegged this pretty good. They had a pretty sizable line of storms coming through this part of the country. But let's look. We got a new warning. They're going to extend out the tornado possible. Wow, they're going to cover this whole area. That's a lot of county. That's a big warning. Marshall, Jackson, Madison, DeKalb, Morgan, Lincoln, and Franklin counties in Lincoln and Franklin, Tennessee, and then the rest were in North Alabama. But tornado possible tags, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and it's moving at 50 miles an hour. So that's a big warning polygon. That's one of the bigger ones we've seen. Officially now east of Huntsville. Yeah, that warning, those two warnings are going to drop in about 2 minutes. And that's why they've recovered that. Go back up and take a look at Minnesota again. These cameras have been a little sketchy in Minnesota, I think, with the wind and blizzard conditions. The road looks a little better. There's still pockets of pretty icy spots. This is one here near the airport that has a pretty icy spot. It looks like, let me blow that up. This is why it's pretty dangerous. Like you can come across this bridge and you have pretty clear roads. And then right here on the other side of the bridge, you can see the roads are completely covered and looks like pretty slick. There's a little bit of reflection of the car lights on there. So it's at least hard snowpack. And yeah, that car is like slowed down a little bit. But that's the tricky part, is it goes down. Like the road conditions really change as you drive, and they can change from not just the road conditions, but also you get these bands of snow and the gustier winds that blow the snow across the road. Visibility can change quite a bit too. There's some type of activity in the distance there. I think that's a plow. I think it's like blue and yellow lights. So I think that's a plow. But this is right at the airport at Minneapolis, St. Paul, and it's, you know, not great roads. And you would think this is a pretty well-traveled area to get into the terminal. So if those roads are marginal, any other roads are going to be worse. Yeah, you can definitely see the banding features here on these snow bands working in. So goes from light to moderate snow. This one in particular, just east of La Crosse, is probably a decent snow band down towards Richland Center, up towards Black River Falls, and then up towards the Clark County Forest. But that's this is 94 right here, so that's not a great travel through Wisconsin tonight. I would not want to do that. And some of the snow will work into southern Wisconsin too. Still seeing some rotation in here near Gurley, between Gurley and Owens Crossroads. That's where you have this kind of another little dog leg in here. So keep an eye on that one. Tornado possible tag extends all the way out into northeast parts of Alabama towards Bridgeport. And then further to the north, mostly just a wind threat coming across this area around Winchester. Looks like we're seeing quite a bit of the rotation kind of back down a little bit, but they are going to add that area that we've been watching for a little while around McMinnville. They are going to add a warning there for tornado possible tag. So that's good to see. It's still in here. It's still kind of rotating just to the southeast of McMinnville. Irvin College, Spring Creek, and over towards Spencer. That's a little more vigorous part of the storm system. Tornado possible, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, and it's in here just to the east of McMinnville. Let's see. That would have been... Well, that would have been in the summer. That was June. But we didn't really capture that one on camera. We had the EF4 in March of 2024 in Iowa. That one we had on camera. Oh, and then we saw the start of the EF4 Lake City. That's in our recap section on you can see the very start of the Lake City tornado. The EF4, was it EF4? EF4 in I think that was an EF4. EF3 or EF4 in Arkansas. And then we also had the EF4 Diaz Arkansas tornado at night on the R dot cameras live, and that would have been, I think we have a recap on that too. Let me check. Playlist. Oh, the Lake City tornado was an EF3. It was probably stronger, but luckily it didn't hit that much. But yeah, we do have the start of the Lake City tornado, and then the EF4 Diaz tornado in Arkansas, which would probably be a really well photographed tornado if it was in the daytime, because it actually had a high base that we don't see as much in more of the south and southeastern parts of the country. You get a lot of those wedgy low base tornadoes, but the Diaz one actually had a pretty high base. It was kind of a elephant trunk or stovepipe, and you can see it several times in the lights from the R dot camera that was facing like directly towards it. And I need to make a recap. We captured another tornado this year in the New Albany tornado. I think it was an EF2, if I remember right. We had a Mississippi DOT camera at Blue Springs looking this way, and the tornado crossed the highway in front of that camera. Then that same camera, that same night, there was a weak tornado that went through Blue Springs, and the camera turned just in time to see the power flashes. I do have to make a recap about that. But same camera caught 2 tornadoes in a matter of a couple hours from each other. Huntsville, you guys are good to go. Decatur, Florence, and Muscle Shoals. Earlier, Muscle Shoals had a 63-mile-an-hour wind gust. Russellville down to Phil Campbell and Hackleburg, all good to go this evening. Yeah, I'll have to make one for that one. The 2 tornadoes, 1 camera, and then probably eventually make like a 2025 kind of clip set. Everybody's behaving themselves here in southern Mississippi and southern Alabama, so that's good. Most of these storms are working their way out of the warning or the watch area. So I'm assuming they're just going to let the rest of it probably go until 23 minutes from now. And then we'll also reassess how our live stream is doing too. But this area still near McMinnville is still an interesting area with probably some 60 to 65 mile an hour winds in here. That's near Harrison Ferry Mountain, coming over towards Pine Creek and Pine Grove. Wow. Yeah, gusty winds continuing through Lexington, Mount Sterling. This is going to push through all. The models actually have this reaching this line of storms, or I don't even know if you can call it a line of storms, but this line of gusty showers with some thunderstorms is going to reach the East Coast eventually. I wonder if I can do that. Let me see. Let's do some experimenting here. Kind of. About 13 hours to New York City. But I don't know if that's right. It might be. Because I think this line's going to be into the New York City area between 8 or 9 in the morning. So that could be close. About 12 hours, I would say, to New York City. But yeah, it is a prominent line. It goes all the way here from gusty showers across the thumb of Michigan, and then kind of breaks up a little bit, but then gusty showers across Columbus, Dayton, Cincinnati, down through Kentucky, and then down all the way, not quite as gusty down here, but definitely along the I-20 corridor through Tuscaloosa. It's an impressive line. I mean, roughly about 900 miles of gusty showers. Yeah, this is a big system. Also, have to watch some heavy rain into parts of the Carolinas, and there is a late night chance of severe weather in areas like Virginia Beach, the Outer Banks. Wind advisory out there too. It's a very broad system. There's wind advisories really from Sioux Falls all the way through Maine. Wind advisories and high wind warnings stretch about 1,500 miles to from the west to the east, and then really about 1,000 miles from north to south. Yeah. Really potent system. Cold front right here, low pressure, wind and snow on the backside, some severe weather in the warm sector. Pretty classic setup, mid-latitude. There's a lot of stuff going on there. Plane landing, and it looks like, oh, it's the plows. It's the lights that we saw earlier. They're trying to clear that road. Oh, wow. You can see the winds, you can see the blowing snow and the lights. If I zoom in really close, you can see the blowing snow over here on the lights. So it is a nasty night out there. And that's why Chipmunk asked earlier, like about covering the winter storms. It's hard to kind of see this kind of stuff, like a big tornado or even a wall cloud or hail falling on the cameras. You can sometimes see a little closer, but the winter storms, just unless you really zoom in and look at like the closeness of those gusty winds blowing the snow across the screen, it just doesn't show as well. Especially if I back it out, and it kind of looks almost just calm. Yeah, when I go back to the smaller bubble or even kind of full screen, just normal full screen, it just looks kind of calm, but yeah, you really have to zoom in to see like all the details of the blowing snow and stuff. There goes the plow gang back the other way. This view has changed since we started the stream. You can see more of the city lights in the background, so the visibility has come up quite a bit. You can see some of the hills in the distance, and you can certainly see down the highway better. But yeah, when you zoom in and take a look at those close-ups, there goes a big plane just across the camera. Yeah, when you see the close-up details, that is where the winter storm really comes into effect, and it's kind of hard to visually show that, unlike some other weather setups. I'm looking here. I can't share it, but there is a massive amount of delays. Speaking of the airport at Minneapolis St. Paul right now, if you go to your favorite weather, or not weather, but like airplane tracking app. There's a few different ones. You can see all the planes just sitting around the airport. Right now, the average delay is 45 minutes, and about 60% of the flights, about 300 of them, have been delayed today. Yeah, it does not look great. The plane that we saw land, I believe, was a Delta flight from Cincinnati to Minneapolis, St. Paul. And that one was scheduled at 5:40 and actually departed at 8:16. Not a fun travel day. All right. Looks like the plows are making another return. They're going, I guess, covering these exits. There goes another plane. We hadn't seen planes most of the evening, so I guess the visibility has come up that we can see some of those. But yeah, that's still rough travel. All right, back to the single site radar. Let's take a look here. There are some pretty heavy snow bands across Wisconsin tonight, and it's not just a Minnesota problem. I would not recommend driving from Eau Claire down towards Madison, Black River Falls, Nelliesville, La Crosse, down towards Richland Center. Pretty significant snow bands at times, and that's not the greatest. There's hilly terrain in here. I just wouldn't do it. Toma, Wisconsin, right where the highways 90 goes west and 94 continues to the north. Yeah, I will, especially as we get into more of the winter. There were a couple snowstorms where I would have done a quick cast, but I had way too much other stuff going on, and it hit a couple of the snowstorms on the East Coast and the Mid-Atlantic. I wanted to do a quick cast or two, or even a live stream for the one in the Mid-Atlantic, and it was just really bad timing. But otherwise, yeah, I will. I do plan on that. Especially as we get into some of the more time frame where we get the East Coast nor'easters and stuff, because those can cause not just snow problems, those cause problems with flooding and coastal storm surge, not storm surge, but coastal flooding and erosion and things. High winds and pretty impactful. There goes another plane. Oh, those poor people. That plane was San Juan, Puerto Rico to Minneapolis, St. Paul. They're going from the beach and and Hawaiian shirts to that. So I hope you all enjoyed your vacation in San Juan. Yeah, that is not fun. Returning to can you imagine that? You had like a vacation, a beach vacation or something in San Juan, Puerto Rico, and then you're returning now into a blizzard and let's see what the temperature is. A blizzard and about 10 degrees in Minneapolis. 11 at the airport. And with a wind chill, it's 35-mile-an-hour winds. It's going to feel a lot cooler than 11. Yeah, we can. Your temps are going to be dropping pretty quick, I would assume. Dayton still looks like at about 53, 54. At the airport there, gusting, winds 17, gusting to 30. And yeah, still 53. It's the cold front is probably, it's probably right basically at the state line because it cools down quite a bit into Indiana. It's in the 40s in Indianapolis and it's in the 50s out here. That's a little, I don't know, that's too cold for me. I don't really like the cold. Like this is just not fun up here. It's 10 degrees, 12 degrees in Minneapolis. There we go. It's that one area that we, it was near, let's get this out of the way. It was the area that was near Gurley a few minutes ago. It's now near Scottsboro and it's going to be tornado warned. When that comes across, where is it? It's right in here. Just reload. Oh yeah, it's tightened up a little bit. Just to the north of Scottsboro in Alabama, we have a tornado warning for central Jackson and northeastern DeKalb counties. And that goes until 9:15. Capable of tornadoes and straight line winds near Scottsboro, moving east at 45. Yeah, tighten up very quickly. Yeah, pretty much a shear line a couple scans ago. And then very quickly, tightened up as it's come across the areas around Scottsboro. Let's check this out on the CC and see if anything kind of flared up. I don't see any big CC drops. Something a little weird there, but nah, I don't think so. So that's good news. I don't see any big CC drops in that. The bad news is this is in the rain and storm, so you're not going to see this coming. You need to take your tornado safety precautions if you're out in front of this. Henniger, Pisgah, Eider, Dutton, and even areas like Hammondville and Valley Head, right on the edge of that warning polygon. I would take my safety precautions there too. Yeah, I noticed that. It looked like the camera was shaking a little more. Yeah, I can see the camera's kind of bobbling a little bit. Oh yeah, the wind has really picked up on the blowing snow. You can see it blowing across the camera. We'll zoom in on that in a minute too. That's a dangerous situation there too. This is moving at 45. Almost everything has been moving at 45 today. So yeah, Eider and Henniger about 18 to 20 minutes. It's interesting things get warned and things don't, because this is broadened very quickly, like most of the areas of rotation have today. And so it briefly looked like a tighter area of rotation. It took them a minute or two to warn the thing, and then by now it's pretty much broadened back out. Could retighten, but we've seen tighter circulations not warned at all today. So it's just one of those days where it's hard to warn all of the circulations. Storms have strengthened some in western Alabama from Demopolis to Greensboro. Not seeing a lot in here, but the lightning has definitely picked up. I have 4 hooked up right now. So I have, I'll maybe do like a studio tour at some point, but I got my main screen on the radar. I have cameras on 2 others, and then I have like the streaming software and YouTube on the other. If I do a tour, I might make it like the member one. Make it like semi-private. But I'll see. That might be something for the new year. We got some cool stuff planned for 2026. So I am excited about that. Maybe. We'll see. I reloaded earlier, so all the notifications came back on. I wanted to clear those out just to make it a little easier to see. Sometimes, but I was ready for this one. I kind of forecasted myself that we were going to do a live stream on Thursday with almost for like a week or so. I kind of knew today was coming, and then especially once we had a couple tornado warnings earlier today, I was like, let's pull the trigger. The only thing I miss is I don't get to catch like... I don't get to catch like some of the, you know, the all-stars of weather, like James Spann and stuff. I don't get to catch him if he's doing a tornado coverage or something around Birmingham. Normally that would be like tune in to see what's going on, but now I'm here, so yeah, I like that, but I do miss like seeing some of the, or if it's a coverage in like Oklahoma, I don't see like the News 9 crew doing their live streams and stuff, so I do miss that. David Payne, right? He's the lead over there at News 9. Pretty sure. It looks like it was LAX to Minneapolis. The plane that just landed. It's still in here. Let's see. It's near East Willow Street, just north of Scottsboro. And we'll redraw it and see if it gets anything else. Riverland, about 5 minutes. Central, 15. Eider, about 23 minutes still. Hello? I can't hear your stream. Should be on. Is it working? Test, 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 test. I hear it. Must have just glitched out for a second. Okay. Was it long? Was it off for a long time? All right. Hopefully it's good. Okay, just for a second. All right, something must have just happened weird. Yeah, still in here. They tightened it up a little bit. Coming through Georgetown, Pisgah, Henniger, and Beatty Crossroads, northeast Alabama. Our first tornado warning in Alabama has been after the tornado watch has expired. So that's fun. Yeah, that watch expired 9 o'clock Central, 10 o'clock Eastern. So that's good news. We have lost that tornado watch. This is running out. There is still a little area rotation just in here. Have a good night. Stay safe. And yeah, you're going to get cold weather tomorrow in Dayton. If you like the cold, it's going to go down very quickly. Have a good night. Yeah, Dayton high of 41 tomorrow. I don't know if you left already, but that's and that high is going to be at midnight. So 41 at midnight, going down through the day to 24 in Dayton. So very cold tomorrow. Watch anywhere in Ohio, watch for a flash freeze. Some of those wet roads could freeze very quickly overnight. Still seeing this area rotation, winds going away from the radar in the reds and yellows, and then coming in towards the radar in the green. It's broadened out quite significantly, but we're tracking it here on WeatherCastUSA. Thanks for joining us tonight. If you're new here, give us a like, subscribe, and click that bell icon. Get notifications when we go live, when we post new forecast videos, the quick casts. And we also post a daily weather brief. It's a written daily weather brief in the morning, usually like mid-morning. And you can go to our post section on YouTube and see that. And we also repost it to X and Facebook in the mornings. And yeah, we are covering severe weather in kind of the mid-south Tennessee Valley right now, as well as keeping an eye on the blizzard conditions across now southeast parts of Minnesota and into northeast parts of Iowa, as well as pretty good winter storm across parts of Wisconsin and parts of other parts of Iowa, with winter storm warnings out into areas around Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, Davenport, and the Quad Cities. I want to see, this might be one of our last live streams of the 2025. Maybe hints I saw the last day or so of maybe some severe weather right before New Year's, but it could be one of these situations where it's kind of a marginal severe weather event, and I'll have to recheck it, but the last couple days, it looked like it might be in the kind of that same area of the mid-south, the Tennessee Valley. We'll see. We might get one more severe weather event before this year is up. Otherwise, don't see any big widespread tornado outbreak type severe events, at least right now on the horizon. Pretty big warm up next week. So for any of those holiday plans and travels, it's going to could be record warm in parts of the central US. This is the latest climate outlook for the 8 to 14 days, and yeah, it's a warm one, and this typically doesn't favor severe weather since it's mostly going to be a ridge pattern across most of the central and even western U.S. Probably some more flooding with atmospheric rivers into the northern Pacific coast. Maybe a little cooler across the northeast. But yeah, not seeing any super significant hits of cold air. We'll do some forecast videos, but this may be the last live stream of 2025. And yeah, paired with that, here's the precip outlook. And yeah, funnels more moisture into the Pacific Northwest and keeps the South pretty average to below average. So with a ridge pattern, not quite like that, but ridge pattern there, and then the dry expectation, that means we're not going to see a lot of those, types of systems that would bring a cold front down into here. And sometimes we do see some severe weather kind of in this area in December, but last year we saw pretty significant severe weather between Christmas and New Year's down here in the South. I don't know, it doesn't look like that. At least right now, it doesn't look like that is on the table this year. Back to our tornado warned area. Still radar indicated another 6 minutes. But just not seeing a whole ton of rotation. And you can see how this is lined out some. Yeah, there's still a little weak area in here, but it's nothing like it was. It's approaching Henniger right now. Sorry about that. Had a spider saw a spider out of the corner of my eye. Had to go grab a tissue and get that taken care of. I saw it earlier. I saw something move earlier. I remember I looked that way, but I didn't see it for a second, and then I saw it again. All right, that's taken care of. Yeah, coming through Henniger, still a little area of rotation. If you're in your safe spot, stay there. Your tornado safe spot, lowest level interior room, away from those doors and windows. Good news is I don't see anything on the ground. At least the radar's not showing any signs of debris lofted in the air. We typically see that with the correlation coefficient. And if there is a tornado on the ground, it's probably a weak one because it's not lofting debris up to where we would see it on the radar. Otherwise, it's a pretty gusty line of storms, 60-mile-an-hour winds potentially across this line of storms. And that's running from near Bridgeport all the way down through Henniger, Fife, and then all the way down towards Albertville, Alabama. Yeah. Little feistier storms have popped up also into west central parts of Alabama, coming through Demopolis, Greensboro, approaching areas like Brent. No severe warnings, but some of those are interesting with some gusty winds in here. And then that line is also approaching Chattanooga, not severe warned right now, a special weather statement out for the Chattanooga area, just under severe limits, 55-mile-an-hour wind gusts across Chattanooga. So if you do have plans here driving in the next little bit, this is going to work its way across the Chattanooga metro. High-profile vehicles may struggle a little bit with those 55-mile-an-hour winds. And yeah, that extends all the way up, the 55-mile-an-hour winds with special weather statements all the way up through areas like Maysville. I wouldn't be surprised again if we had gusty winds also into southern Ohio right now. They're not even really storms. They're just kind of gusty showers, but those are coming through Columbus. And really all the way up even towards the lakeshore. Yeah, we can see those coming through Bellevue, approaching Upper Sandusky, Marion, down through Columbus with the gusty showers. One tornado warning into northeast Alabama right now. That's for Jackson and DeKalb counties. Area around Henniger. The area has really broadened out. It's almost non-existent anymore. So looks like it's more of a wind threat. And yeah, they're going to drop that tornado warning as gusty winds are coming through the areas now. Good call, though. That tightened up pretty quickly. I didn't see a CC drop when it tightened up. So that's some good news. But yeah, that did tighten up pretty quick. Looking out of our storms here, moving through, this is our camera looking towards those storms from Mississippi back into Alabama. Actually saw some lightning on the far horizon. Must be associated with these storms through Tuscaloosa. But things are calming down very quickly into Mississippi, and starting to calm down across northern parts of Alabama, with the exception here around Henniger, down towards Fife and Rainsville. And then also down here, this is where probably we have our most real storms, because there's actually lightning with this batch of storms between Demopolis, Marion, up towards Alabaster and Pelham. And then watch for this if you're on the East Coast, the eastern part of North Carolina, this big batch of rain and thunderstorms on the south flank of this batch. This is going to move up across North Carolina, eastern North Carolina overnight. Could be some strong to severe thunderstorms, a marginal risk, basically covering the eastern part of North Carolina and the Outer Banks. Did I see more lightning out of the corner of my eye there? Maybe. Yeah. That's a cool shot. It's back behind the storms. Yeah, see that? Look at that. You can actually see the back of the anvil, kind of. And then almost looks like clear skies. I think I see some stars out on this side. So very sharp edge on the back side of that. But there is lightning that shows up from time to time on that eastern corner of the camera. There's some right there. Up in this area of the camera. See it? There it is. Those are actually storms that are pretty far away. Let's see. Those are looking at storms about 100 miles away from this camera. Wow. Didn't know this camera had such a good view. I've used this camera before in a couple live streams. I did not know it can really see pretty far. It may be even seeing the storms that are further south towards Demopolis, which is really far away. So keep an eye on that one. Yeah, that's neat. The closest storms are about 100 miles, but it could be seeing about 120 miles to those taller storms that are over towards Greensboro, Marion, and Brent, which is, that's really clear. I'm impressed. That's really cool. That's why these cameras are so helpful. Still seeing a pretty strong storms here. 60-mile-an-hour winds, tornado possible, continuing through areas like Rainsville, little area rotation there. And then that original area has weakened. It's mostly kind of a shear line, though, with some stronger winds. We'll see what they do in 9 minutes. That the warning is set to expire in 9 minutes. And then we'll go back to our blizzard situation. Still have blowing snow from time to time. Looks like the snow is lightened up. I see more of a clearing look to the skies across our Minnesota camera. And it looks like the plows have done an okay job There does seem to be clearer roads now. Yeah, those plows have really been working this area. And the roads do look a lot clearer than they were earlier. So the problem is it's going to be really, really cold. So some of that will refreeze. And yeah, I do see more city lights in the distance. That would be St. Paul in the distance. There goes a plane in. Where are you coming from? Miami to Minneapolis, St. Paul. Wait, let me take that full again. You guys can see the details a little better. There still is blowing snow at times. You can see it in the lights near the airport, but there still is some blowing snow at times. But these roads do look a lot better. Traffic seems to be flowing okay, slow and steady. But yeah, we can see the lights on the hillside more. And off this way, you can see the distant lights of St. Paul a little better off in the distance. So yeah, that does look generally better. Okay, they have extended a new severe thunderstorm warning. It covers areas just north of Whitesboro and areas like Collinsville and Crossville, up through Rainsville, Fort Payne, the Little River Canyon National Preserve, and then up into areas around Valley Head and Shiloh in extreme northeast parts of Alabama. This is going to be another DeKalb County severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado possible, and a gust up to 60 miles an hour. There's a couple areas of rotation still showing up in here. One south of Fife, one actually kind of east of Rainsville. Maybe one in here to the east of Ida. That was a Chicago Midway to Minneapolis flight. Yeah, you can see the planes. That's a lot clearer. That's a good sign that earlier we could not see any planes. Couldn't see the hills in the distance. So things do seem to be functioning a little better here with the lighter rain or lighter snow, and the snow is kind of clearing up here. And then looks like the winds have backed off a little bit. And more lightning on this camera. This is an interesting camera too. Yeah, and those storms are over 100 miles away that we measured just a few minutes ago. You can see the back edge of them. Yeah, there are stars showing up on this camera. There's a star here, looks like, or a plane maybe. That looks like a plane. Actually, it's blinking. But there are some stars showing up on the camera on this corner. Those two have not moved. That looks like a plane or a helicopter or something. But yeah, we are seeing the storms in the distance here, over 100 miles. some vigorous lightning, but there's not a ton of wind energy down here, and that just shows how things to the north and west were a little more favorable for severe weather. They're a little more wind energy with a little bit more instability. Winds kind of sweeping through across like that, and the southerly flow out ahead of that. So where those kind of coupled, that was our marginal area of severe weather. And then we had our other kind of marginal area very early in the stream, but a couple tornado warnings and a couple unwarned tornadoes, very brief and likely weak in western Kentucky. But that is where we had very high shear. We had lots of wind aloft at different directions and strength, but we had a lot less instability. And yeah, if we had more instability, I think we would have had a pretty nasty severe weather, even tornado outbreak across the Ohio Valley. But luckily, the instability stayed decoupled from the stronger wind shear, which was mostly expected. If they all get recorded, I think we probably had 5 or 6 tornadoes overall today. One up here. And let's see. Kind of 2 here. 1 there. 1 there. 5. There might have been another. Where was I? May have been one other. But yeah, we'll see if they even get recorded, because they were probably pretty weak and very short-lived. But 9:30, not seeing a lot of tornadic activity anymore. This is going to all march to the east. Again, we will see in about 12 hours. And it's throwing it off a little bit. Let's do it like this. That's about right. In about 12 hours or so, about 7:30, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, give or take, because it could slow down or accelerate a little bit. But anywhere from about 7 to 9 o'clock across the New York metro area, that's when this line of showers and gusty showers and some embedded thunderstorms are expected to reach the East Coast tomorrow morning. So it could be a nasty commute if you're in the tri-state. But yeah, about 600 to 700 minutes. So we'll keep an eye on that. Again, also, let me double check and make sure they still have it, but there was a marginal risk area overnight. Yes, marginal risk still overnight for portions late tonight for North Carolina. So yes, they have continued the Outer Banks severe threat. These storms are almost now out of the marginal risk for the severe weather for the day as well. That extends, like the remaining part of this marginal risk extends down basically like this. Oh, it actually goes up a little further. Goes up to about Cincinnati right now. So yeah, these storms are on the very edge of their marginal risk. There could be some isolated severe storms to the east of this as it crosses the Appalachians, but very isolated if there are continued threats of severe weather. But that's why it's important to have multiple ways to receive weather warnings. If you need a late Christmas gift for someone, you can pick up a NOAA weather radio. A good solid NOAA weather radio is $20 to $40, maybe $50, but you can get a good one pretty cheap. And they're available at most places. Big box stores, online has some good ones. But if you need one for a quick Christmas gift, it might not be good online because it's going to take a couple days. But big box stores have them. Some travel centers and like gas station kind of places have them too. But yeah, that's a good Christmas gift if someone you know that you care about doesn't have one. It's a great way to warn people overnight of severe weather. That should stay pretty isolated tonight, but check this area one more time before we wrap it up. And just double check, make sure there's nothing too crazy going on. Rotation is back down quite a bit in those cells, so that's good. These cells don't seem to be strengthening, they're just kind of maintaining strong, maybe an isolated severe storm down here, some damaging winds, and then it's a whole line of gusty showers all the way from near Columbus and east of Columbus down through eastern Kentucky, eastern Tennessee, and yeah, that's going to continue to march east. Looking at our cameras, making sure we don't have anything too crazy on those. Our airport camera does seem to be clearing a little bit more across the Minneapolis-St. Paul area, but still some dangerous travel across the Midwest and upper Midwest. They have dropped those blizzard warnings, so that's good to see. So yeah, road conditions slowly improving, but very cold across Minneapolis-St. Paul. Still some nasty driving conditions across the Wisconsin tonight, with some bands of moderate to heavy snow across especially western and north central Wisconsin. So have a safe and happy holiday if I don't have a live stream until the new year. But continue to like and subscribe, click the bell icon, get notifications when we go live, and we'll have a new weather brief out tomorrow morning. And then probably, again, next week, holiday week, probably at least one or two quick cast forecasts, especially if anything really changes with regards to any severe weather, any cold blasts, and potentially for some more atmospheric river events. This area is just going to continue to get pummeled with moisture from the Pacific. So flood threat extends out there in the Pacific Northwest for quite a while. It looks like through Saturday morning, this flood watch goes. So flooding, river flooding, urban street flooding, mudslides, all possible as another big batch of moisture comes into the Pacific coast, anywhere from really Northern California up to coastal areas of Oregon and Washington. And then mountain snow in the feet of mountain snow. Tomorrow, also downsloping dry winds over the Rockies. It's going to be another blustery day across the Front Range. Also, fire weather with red flag warnings up through Friday into early Saturday morning. So potentially some issues there with gusty winds, as well as blowing dust and also fire conditions. So take it easy there if you're in the Front Range and also out west. And yeah, we'll see you on the next live stream. Thanks, everyone.